Hello, hello. What is up, everybody? Welcome to the Friday stream. A little bit of a bonus stream going on. Well, bonus because Wednesday we couldn't play Master Duel, so we did it yesterday. And today we have locals gameplay. Finally, another day that I was able to play Runick. So we'll take a look at that today. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the Friday stream. Hope everyone had a great week. I don't even know if I enjoyed playing Runick more than playing just Rolad in like a very grindy fashion. That deck's so fun to me as well. New Blue Eyes card? Yeah, I'm aware. We're gonna take a look at the new cards as well today. I don't know how long today's stream is going to be. It could be longer than usual. It could be shorter than usual. It just depends how long we're gonna spend on watching these matches. I got nothing else planned for today, so if we get through them a little bit quicker, then we might end a little early. If it takes longer, then it takes longer. It's fine either way. Yeah. Eraser, thank you for the Prime. Welcome back. Thank you for the 16 months. Appreciate you. Hopefully we get Ra support today. What makes you think we would get Ra support today? Are we due any card announcements today? Because like the utility selection has been fully revealed, right? We need Malice support? No, we don't. No, we don't. The new set has Marek on it. Oh, wait, what is the set called again? After Beyond the Brave? Immortal Phoenix. Yu-Gi-Oh! Immortal Phoenix. Did they announce like the artwork for it? I mean, Immortal Phoenix makes sense, right? Let me see. Hold up. I'm looking for an announcement on it. The artwork will be revealed with the first archetype. Okay, yeah, because what I'm finding, I find descriptions of it, but I'm not finding any images. So they announced it just in writing, but they haven't posted any pictures yet. Okay. But I mean, obviously, right? Immortal Phoenix is going to be Merrick, and that is going to be Ra support, probably. I wonder, do you think if they made support for like Slifer, Ra, and Obelisk, do you think they would go the route of making it support for the existing cards? Or do you think they would go the same, like they did with the Sacred Beasts, right? They made a completely new deck around it. Because the new Sacred Beast cards don't really work around the old cards anymore, right? You don't play any of the original Sacred Beast stuff in the new Sacred Beast deck. So I feel like honestly, my guess would be that they would do the same thing with Hamon, Slifer, and Obelisk, because I feel like they would not miss the chance to make a new version of Hamon as an overframe, right? Like that would probably be the cover card of the set. Like the main card in the set would be like a new version of Hamon with as an overframe, right? Like they wouldn't want you to play the old one. They would want to make a new one as an overframe, I think. The old ones, except for Slifer, are too bad. Yeah, they would probably end up, if they built them around the old cards, it could go one of two ways only, really, right? It's either you don't even play the old version of the card, or they would be like bricks, like they were in like the Yubel deck, right? Where they did make you play the old Yubel cards, but they were bricks in hand and you would fuse them into a Phantom of Yubel, best case, right? But you weren't happy if you drew them. So all divine attributes. That's a good point, actually. That is a fair point. If they make an archetype around like a Hamon card and it's mostly divine cards, that is both interesting and dangerous design territory. But I mean, yeah, we're just guessing at this point because we just need to wait a bit for them to reveal it. But I mean, yeah. Probably retrained Battle City Merrick decks. What was... Dude, it's been so long since I've watched it. What would that mean? What kind of cards would be retrained if they just retrain Merrick's cards outside of the Winged Dragon of Ra? Makiura, Lava Golem. Lava Power Crept. I mean, we kind of already have Power Crept Lava Golem. Boganian, Hellpomer. Yeah. Makiura the Destructor, Revival Jam. Dude, Merrick had some really cool cards, but most of them were pretty bad when they came to the TCG as actual cards. Like besides Makiura the Destructor and Lava Golem, I feel like everything else that we've just mentioned was just pretty bad. Juragedo was cool, but it was like for the TCG, Juragedo was just released too late, I feel like. Juragedo would have been an awesome card to have in older formats, but they made him way too late. Nightmare Wheel? Nightmare Wheel was not terrible, yeah, but not great either. Yeah. Anyways, let's warm up and then we'll go over some of the new cards that we've seen or has been announced, and then we'll do all the local stuff. We get Lava Golem, but for spell traps. That is just not good, though. I mean, yeah, they could make that, but I don't think that would be good. Sounds like we need a 6-hour analysis video of each Duel Monsters anime character's impact on the meta. It is kind of a fun concept, but I don't know if I see it on my channel to like analyze which anime character had the best cards in the TCG, but it'd be fun. When is the 2025 React gonna happen? I had forgotten about it until you mentioned it yesterday, I believe. We can do it. I can plan it for like next week or the week after, probably. Next week is a little weird because next week I'm not here for 2 days. I'm gone. Next week I'm gone Wednesday, Thursday for a Challenger Cup. So you're gonna get a stream on Wednesday, but I'm not gonna be home. There's going to be a Challenger Cup that I'm casting from the Windsor office in the UK. So that's going to be the Wednesday stream, and then on Thursday I'll be traveling back. So I won't have as much time next week for it, but maybe the week after. Anyways, let's get some cards. Oh, I've seen this card, but I don't know what it's called. I think it is a Gishki reliever. Okay, this is Rank Up Magic Astral Force. Please? Yeah. This is New Space Pathfinder. Yeah. Oh, this is an Ankh card. Tribute to the Doomed. Claudian. This is this is Altus. Ooh, this feels familiar. Yeah, that's Plague Spreader. Okay, lots of old cards right now. That's why we're doing well so far. This is not an old card. This is the with the new dinosaur support. Is it Xeno Meteorus? Is it Ground Xeno, maybe? No. One of the Transcendosaurs? Meteorus? Yeah. Okay. See, as soon as we get hit with new cards, I'm starting to fumble. don't know this one though. This one is old though. At least older. Don't know exactly when it's from. Okay, this is Blue Eyes related. Yeah, this is the Blue Eyes versus Dark Magician kind of card. Rivals. Destined Rivals. This is Marincess Wave, I believe. Yeah. This is Karakuri. Wait, no, it's not. Yeah, you're right. It's Scrap. But which Scrap? Scrap Soldier? Yeah. This is the Performapal Gatling something. Air Formapal Gatling Ghoul. It was used for something in like the last 2 or 3 years. I forgot what it was for though. This is a UA. UA Playmaker. Summon Limit. There's another card that kind of looks like Summon Limit. I hope it's not that one. Okay, because I wouldn't have known what that was called. This is Ghost Trick. Ghost Trick Scare? Ah, come on, that looks like Ghost Trick Scare. He's very scared. What is it then? Ghost Trick Knight. I feel like that looks more like a Ghost Trick Scare. Infernal Queen Salmon. Yeah. This is Quacky Boulder. Yeah. We're cooking so far. I should not have said that. I feel like I jinxed it now, but this is Kaiju. The capture mission, right? Yeah. Capture. Kaiju capture mission. Oh, I've seen this card. I've tried to guess it a couple times. This is something. This is Raid Raptor Readiness. Yeah. This is a time thief? No, clerk. Oh, is it a Gagaga? Clerk. Okay. This is psychic related. It's not the cranium. It's the equip spell, I think. I don't know what this one's called though. I think it's a psychic equip spell. ESP amplifier. This is red something. Red armor? Red armor? No. Soulfire armor. Soulfire. Super heavy. Is it a super heavy samurai? Soulfire suit. I thought it was Red Dragon Archfiend related. My bad. I have never seen this card. Primal Cry. Feels familiar, but I can't quite tell what's on it. Oh, this is familiar possessed Hida. Yeah. I don't know what this is. Air Cracking Storm. Okay. Never heard of that card before. No idea. Power Angel Valkyria. This is wind up. Malfunction. Rom. Oh, it's just wind up Hunter. I thought it was a spell trap. My bad. 1 point. Okay, dude, that was not worth it. Morphtronic Self-On. This is not Morphtronic Self-On. Oh, it's on the spell. Yeah, Junk Box. Because that is Morphtronic Self-On. That definitely is Morphtronic Self-On. This is Salamangreat Sanctuary. I've seen this card in my opening hand plenty of times. Oh god, it's the Cyber guy, my biggest enemy. I don't know what the card is called. AI's Show. This is Mikanko Fire Dance. They could also be Fiery Dance. They have 2. Okay, nice. Don't know yet. Witchcrafter, I think. Or Dream Mirror. Dream Mirror. Six Samurai. Come on? Is come on? Yeah, come on. I've never seen this card in my life. No idea what that is. This is called Ignis. The problem is Flame Spirit Ignis. The problem is all the Ignister cards, it's hard to find it. No idea. Monosynchron. What is happening here? Valiant Shark Lancer. A couple of tough ones here. I don't know what this is. Sargasso Lighthouse. This is Condemned Witch? Yeah, nice. This is Daigusto Phoenix. This card I have seen, but I have no idea what it's called. I think it's Ice Barrier related. Oh no, it's a ninja card. Okay. Good thing I didn't try. Another Ghost Trick card? Sure. Oh, this time it's Madolche Knights. Okay. Oh, this is old. This is, hold up. This is Ultimate Insect. Ultimate Insect level 7. Damn it. 5. Ankh Neuron activated. Yeah. Dude, sometimes I can tell from the image that it's an old card and I just lock in. World Legacy Struggle. Like this one. This one's old. I know this one's old. This is D-Chain, isn't it? Yeah. This is also old. This is 7 Sword Warrior. No, it's something Hunter. Hunter with 7 weapons. Yeah. Thunder Dragon Hawk. I'm not convinced it's that. Okay. This gotta be a Doriado. Mistress Doriado? Race Doriado? It's not Dark Doriado, I don't think. Is it Dark? Okay, it was Dark Doriado, my bad. It was the one I thought it was not for sure. Okay, this is Dark. The original Charmer. Hold up. I don't know. No, I don't know. Gen X. Oh, old vanillas. Old. This is the shark, the whale. What is he called? Fusion monster, I think. It starts with an M, I think. Deep sea whale. Okay, that's not an M. Deep sea. I thought it had a like a name. I have to skip it. Deep sea shark. What is the... There's an old vanilla like shark or whale that starts with an M. What am I thinking of? Abyssmander, dude. Mad eating shark? No, like a just one word name, like with a Z in it. This is something next generation, next. No, just next. This is Yang Zing related, but we won't have enough time. All right, 740. It's average. You guys are going to say it's washed, but it's average. Karak, thank you for the prime, and Zephyr Lol, thank you for the prime as well. Appreciate both of you. Thank you for the support. Hold up. I'm looking for. I'm finding the card I meant. I am looking for the Yu-Gi-Oh card that I mean. I think that's the one. Hold up. I think someone in chat said it. Just hold on. Let me look it up. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. Yes. Yeah. This is the one I was thinking. Mizai Ruzame is what I was thinking. That's the one I meant. From 2002. LOB card. LOB kind of card. That really unk. That is expert level unk. With Josh, that's green. I didn't remember its color. Yeah. Okay, we are looking for a small effect monster from relatively new. I mean, last 10 years. I need to stop saying relatively new. But a small effect monster. Any small effect monster that isn't a dark from lower than level 4 after 2016. What are we thinking? Kit. I want to use something from like 2020 ideally, because then like it'd be somewhere in the middle, and we can narrow it down better. When did Kit come out? 2021? Yeah, that's fine. We can do Kit. Okay. It's newer than 2021, and it's level 3. Level 3 from the last 4 years. Level 3 from the last 4 years. Mikanko does have a lot of level 3s, but they're all 0, and it's not 0 attack. So it's not a Mikanko, right? Sleepy. Sleepy is a beast, though, isn't it? Yeah, it's not a beast. It's not Sleepy. But otherwise, a good call. Less than 1,000 defense, more than 700 attack. Oh, God. Goblin Biker. Goblin Biker does have a lot of level 3s, but also a couple of warriors. What are we looking? Less than 1,000 defense, more than 700 attack. Too strong, too strong. This one, it could be Goblin Biker Mean Merciless. It was not Goblin Biker Mean Merciless. It is not 0 defense, less than 1,300 attack. Even newer. Okay, hold up. This is from, wait, how far do they even go back with the cart releases? Because does it have like Cool Tune? No, it doesn't have Cool Tune. Radiant Typhoon? It doesn't have Radiant Typhoon either. So it cannot be like a super new card. Materiactor? Okay, it has some cards from 9,999. Malice? Oh my, it can't be a Malice, it's not a dark. It's light, earth, or wind. Light, earth, or wind. Onomat? I don't think it has Archmage. No, it's like this. It's like a year behind, and they haven't updated the card pool in a long time. So it doesn't have any Archmages. Speedroid? When is the last Speedroid support before the Legendary Modern decks? Well, this one's in here, but it's not it. No. It's gonna be something almost no one knows. It gives me the vibe of it being like a pack filler from like 2025. Buyo? Isn't Buyo dark? No, it's not even. Buyo is not even in here. Wake Up? No, we don't have the Wake Ups, I think. It's gonna be a 9,999 year card. Yeah, but the thing is, like, the game still only goes until a certain set from, like, I think last year. So even if it is, whether it says 9,999 or 2025 is the same thing at this point. RB is not in here. Wake Up. No, Wake Ups are not here. Melfi? Does Melfi have level 3s? I don't think so. Dude, I don't know. Is there another Goblin Biker it could be, maybe? This is Wind. Light. Too strong. Christina. I think that's too much defense, Sentinel Tistina. Also 2020. Tistina is from 2023. That's crazy. I don't know what's going on. What about the Gold Prides? Also 2023, 2024. How old is Revolution Synchron? It's not a tuner. Also, Revolution Synchron is, I think, too old anyways, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the card is. I don't know. I'll put in the Goblin Biker because that was a wind. So it's not wind. It's light or earth, level 3. I have no idea what it is. Miracle Ejector is probably not even there. Yeah. Like the problem is that like 99% of the cards I'm thinking of from recent memory are not in the game yet because it hasn't been updated. I searched it. Is it something I can guess or is it not? Because if it's something I won't know anyways, then... Eucalyptus Mole? Not in the game. It's pack filler? Alright, just tell me the card, man. I can't be bothered. The coin toss goddess? Oh god. Okay. Doesn't even have the proper image for it. Alright, cool. Is it the one that was like broken at the sneak preview because it searched like the Arcana Force card? Is it from that set? Is it the one where you normal summon it and you search a card that mentions a coin flip or something? And then if you had the Arcana Force that you could just special if there was, I think, a card on the field that mentions coin tosses or something? And it was like the sun, yeah, it was like broken. Yeah. Okay, I remember that. I remember that. Yeah, those are the hardest ones. This game is the most fun when it's a card that you actually know. Goddess of the two sides. Yeah. All right. And with the warm-up out of the way, welcome to the stream, everybody. Omid, thank you for the 4 months. I appreciate you a lot. Also, Irate Nia, thank you for the 46 months. Thank you for the long time of support. I appreciate you as well. Thank you. All right. Before we hop into some actual TCG gameplay for today, because I did bring Runick Chaos Ritual to locals this week, and I went X1. It was pretty fun. We're going to take a look at those games in a second. We have a couple of new cards to take a look at. 2 new cards to be precise. 2 new cards that we can look at. One of which is a V-Jump promo, and the other one is a new Overframe Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon that looks freaking awesome. So we're going to start with the V-Jump promo and then read the Blue Eyes after, because I'm expecting that one to be the more exciting one. But Duel of Destiny seems to be an anime kind of card. Makes sense since it's a V-Jump promo. Continuous spell. When this card resolves, each player can special summon a monster from their hand in attack position. Then, if there are any other face-up monsters on the field, change all of them to face-down defense position. You cannot normal or special summon for the rest of this turn after this card resolves, but you can set. Okay. Interesting. What's the point of this? Once per turn, when your monster declares an attack, you can negate the attack, and if you do, destroy a face-down card your opponent controls. Once per turn, during your opponent's end phase, return this card to the hand. Okay, nothing, there's no point, it's just an anime reference. Yeah, sometimes it's hard for me to look at cards like these because I'm always trying to find the like competitive use for the card, and I just don't really know. I mean, this is kind of like a Swords of Concealing Lights when you play into a board where you can just book all of their monsters, right? But at the same time, Swords of Concealing Light is barely played and is also a card that's 25 years old almost. So, of course, like, you know, and this card isn't even better because you are locked out of normal or special summoning. So what's the point? What's the point of booking your opponent's field when they can just, when you can't do anything after, you know what I mean? Because the only thing that's interesting about it is that you can repeatedly do it, right? Like you can always bring it back into your hand and then flip their board back down. But that would only matter if they couldn't flip them immediately back up. Like if this had like if this had the Waking Mirror Force treatment of you can't flip them back up, that'd be good, because then you could actually like flip down their board. It's locked down, and then this goes back to your hand. But I mean, yeah, it's just an anime reference card that isn't very good competitively the way it's worded, unfortunately. So yeah, okay. Now for the big thing that hopefully is or probably is good, because I mean, it's an overframe Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. So, and I mean, I kind of expected them to do this. I think this is something that we can definitely expect to happen over the next months or years. We're probably going to get overframe retrains of every iconic like card from back in the day. It was only a matter of time until they were going to do a freaking Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Of course, we already have an overframe Blue Eyes. This one looks amazing in my opinion. The overframe Blue Eyes actually I think is not that crazy, but the overframe Ultimate Dragon is really, really cool. It is from YAC1, which I'm not entirely sure what kind of set that is. I actually don't know what that is. What kind of product, what kind of booster pack, promo, no idea. It is the manga rare set. Ah, original artwork collection. Okay. So that set does not only have the manga rares, but it also has overframes. All right, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, the God Surpassing Servant. Level 12 Light Dragon Fusion effect. Of course, 4,500 attack, 3,800 defense. And fusion materials, of course, 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons, naturally. You can only use this card's third effect thrice per turn. All right, we're in dangerous territory. Cannot be destroyed by card effects. Also unaffected by your opponent's activated card effects during their turn. Okay. That is an interesting spin on unaffected, because, I mean, of course, if it was a 4,500 that was always unaffected, that would be very, very strong. But if it's only unaffected during the opponent's turn, you can still out it with trap cards, quick plays, or anything on your turn, basically, on your opponent's turn. Like when you summon this thing on your turn, it's going to be affected. But when your opponent tries to out it on their turn, it's going to be unaffected. And it can never be destroyed by card effects, even on your own, even on your opponent's turn, right? So, or on both turns rather, it cannot be destroyed by card effects. But just, yeah, okay. Can make a second and third attack during each battle phase. You know what? This is a very flavorful effect that makes a lot of sense. And on a 4,500 monster, that is quite significant. You know, this is potentially something, because this is an extra deck monster. This is something that the Blue Eyes deck could just slap a one of into the extra deck in order to just make it in a pinch and go for game, because 4,500 cannot be destroyed by card effects, attacks 3 times is a potentially really strong finisher. The only issue that I'm seeing so far is we need 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons, and of course the standard in Primite Blue Eyes, when that was a meta deck, was always to play 2 Blue Eyes. So, you know, they can never make this in a pinch. No, I mean, like, there could be a world where you play the Ultimate Fusion and then just have like a couple Blue Eyes in the grave and then put them back into the deck and fuse into this, right? Once per chain during the battle phase, quick effect, you can target one opponent's monster special summon this turn, or a face down card they control, destroy it. Once per chain, and that is 3 times per turn. Okay. Can Magia float into it? Guys, I think Magia, I hate to tell you this, Blue Eyes fans, but Magia is unfortunately a meme. Magia is harder to make than this. And Magia floating is the least relevant part of Magia's effect, because Magia is a triple negate. That's what makes Magia good. Magia does not need a better floating target. If Magia was easy to summon, people would summon it because it negates 3 cards. And if they could summon it, they would. But it's just too hard and too gimmicky and not good. I hate to tell you this, but it is the truth. Now, this card on its own is very powerful, but I think it has a similar problem than Magia. Although, like, the way I would compare this card to Magia is that it's weaker than Magia. It's easier to summon than Magia, but it still suffers the same problem of it's too hard to summon compared to what it does, quote unquote. Because putting a third Blue Eyes into your deck and Ultimate Fusion is kind of the only way I would see them making it, right? Because getting 3 Blue Eyes in rotation for Ultimate Fusion isn't really that hard for Blue Eyes decks, right? It's really not that hard. Because here's the thing, when there was another card, please remind me of its name, that they revealed not recently, but like a while ago, that required you to play 3 Blue Eyes. It was like on normal, the Kaiba Man. Yeah, what was it called again? The new Kaiba Man? Kaiba Man the Legend. Kaiba Man the Legend. So this guy, right? This is a card that reads like a really good card, but ended up not seeing play a lot in Blue Eyes, or barely at all, because you do need to play 3 Blue Eyes for it, right? And this was something that most of the Blue Eyes decks just weren't doing, and it wasn't worth changing your deck to play a third vanilla monster to play this guy, right? So, you know, if this card's normal or special, show 3 Blue Eyes from anywhere, and then special a Blue Eyes from hand, deck, or grave. And if you special summon Blue Eyes while this is in the grave, you can banish it to add a Blue Eyes monster from deck to hand. This card, in theory, makes it a lot easier to get Blue Eyes into rotation, but also, of course, you know, the Primite engine can get multiple Blue Eyes into rotation relatively easily. The Blue Eyes field spell gets 1 into rotation. I think getting 3 Blue Eyes into rotation and then using Ultimate Fusion to make this guy is not that hard. It's not that hard, but it's something that, you know, doesn't really do that much. I will say, if you ever summon this thing on your opponent's turn, it's going to be really hard for your opponent to do anything about it, because on your opponent's turn, it is unaffected. It is completely unaffected by activated card effects. It's 4,500, and even if you could attack over it, against this card, you never want to go into the battle phase. Because if you go into the battle phase against this monster on the field, they will just pop 3 of your cards, and it's unaffected. So, you know, basically this thing is unoutable on the opponent's turn, right? They have to out it on their... you have to out it on the Blue Eyes player's turn when it's affected by something. That's not in the battle phase. The question is just, do cards like this Fusion Monster and this Kaiba Man, make it worth it to play 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons? And the answer is probably not, because playing 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons is pretty bad. That card is a pretty bad draw in the Blue Eyes deck. Of course, if they keep making more cards like this, if they keep making more and more cards that want you to play 3 Blue Eyes, and if those cards keep getting better, then maybe at some point people will play a deck with 3 Blue Eyes in it. Right now, I think we are not at that point yet. Does that card alone change it? Probably not, because also what you have to consider is that in order to make it, you have to spend one of your searches on Ultimate Fusion, which means that you're searching Ultimate Fusion instead of something like the Blue Eyes Trap card, which already is a very good interruption. The Blue Eyes Trap is pop 2 if you have 2 Blue Eyes in rotation, non-target. That is a very, very good card already. That doesn't require you to play 3 Blue Eyes or another search target. And then, like, the Ultimate Fusion itself is a card that's not seeing play very often in Blue Eyes, because, you know, it needs some setup, you don't really want to draw it, and so on and so forth. And Blue Eyes is already a bricky deck, right? But the card is cool. The card, it's a cool payoff for Blue Eyes, and it's powerful, right? It's not like it's a bad card. I wouldn't say that, because if this thing hits the field, this is a real powerhouse. You know, unaffected, can't be destroyed by card effects. 3 pops in the battle phase, triple attack, like that. This is a strong finisher, but it does require you to build your deck in a way that is probably not optimal, I would say. But at the end of the day, and this is how it always is with these overframes, all this thing has to do is look freaking awesome, and it does do that. This card, honestly, this could have just been a overframe of the original Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon with no effect, and I would have still thought it was awesome, to be honest with you. Like, this is one where they didn't even need to make a retrain for it. This could have just been the old card with a new printing, and it would have still been amazing. right? So it's going to be a banger anyways when it comes out. Like, people are going to love it because look at this card, you know? And that's the advantage of overframes. The advantage of overframes and alternate arts is that you can make amazing cards without power creeping because they don't have to be powerful in order to be attractive for people to obtain, right? So yeah, amazing card nonetheless. Will it see competitive play? Probably not, at least not immediately. If they give us more and more reasons to play 3 Blue Eyes, then maybe eventually, but right now I think it's just a cool looking card. Okay. And you look cool when you summon it. You do look cool when you summon it, but I mean, you could argue that's already the case for Dragon Master Magia as well, right? Like, Dragon Master Magia is also already a pretty cool looking card. And when you summon it, it's kind of, you know, it's kind of cool. But yeah. Magia not cool. I don't know. I disagree with that. I think, of course, the concept of a card that negates 3 cards is not cool to me, but Dragon Master Magia still is in itself a cool card, I think. Magia cheating this out is neat. Yeah, yeah. It is neat. It is neat. But once again, I don't think what Magia floats into, I don't think that matters that much. Because realistically, how often? I mean, besides the fact that Magia doesn't get summoned very often because most people don't play it in the deck, and Blue Eyes isn't even that popular anymore. But when a Magia was summoned, the majority of the times, it would just win the game by negating cards, right? It was not because it was hard to out or what it floated into. It was mostly just the fact that, you know, it would just negate multiple cards and win the game that way. Nibiru is incredibly unpopular right now, so Magia can easily be played in greedy Blue Eyes decks. Yeah, but the thing is, like, it's not only about your turn 1 combo when you consider a card like that. That's one thing that is very important to consider in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! There's a lot of opportunity cost by including Magia in your deck because you have to make a lot of deck building decisions in order to do it. You play a lot of cards that will make your deck actively worse in a lot of situations when you don't get to go first and summon Magia, right? The problem is also you go second and you draw those cards and you're playing with less cards in your hand effectively, right? And those cards could be real cards that help you going second or push into boards or whatever, right? That is the main reason why Magia isn't good. And that doesn't really change with the new Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon because the Magia payoff when it worked was already very good. Like, Magia was already a very good card if it hit the field. But in the question is, what do you have to sacrifice in order to make that happen? And that issue is not going to change with the Magia having a better card to float into. You know what I mean? That's what I mean when I say that. Never mind, forget Magia. I just found out even the reprint is $70. Yeah, Magia, I think is a good example of how not to go about it with alt arts and stuff like that. Because for Magia, what they failed to do was provide a cheap and affordable version of it. That is what should have happened with Magia. The first print of it should have never been exclusively Starlight or QCR or whatever it was at the time, where there should have always been. Like, Magia would have been a perfect card to release the same way as the new overframes and grandmasters, right? Like, have it come out as an overframe and also have a regular version at the same time, where the regular version is easily accessible and the overframe is hard to find. Would have been a perfect kind. Magia was the perfect kind of card for this, and they just unfortunately did it too early, right? To be fair, it was the first real chase card. The set was ass, but people bought it for Magia. Yes, it did its job in that regard. It did this one thing well, create a chase card that made a set better. The problem is still, like, if you want your game to be played, you cannot have a card like that be exclusive for a Starlight. That's just not a good concept for a game that's meant to be played. right? Like you need to be you need to make sure that there's collectible stuff in your sets so they're good to open, but you also need to make sure that your game pieces are available for players. And honestly, we are lucky that Magia was not good. We were very, very lucky that playing Dragon Master Magia was never optimal, and like that would have been a massive, massive problem if a card like that was actually meta relevant. So yeah. Okay. And with that, we are now hopping into some TCG content. We have locals to take a look at. I went to locals 2 days ago on Wednesday, and I played something that people have been suggesting or requesting over the last couple of days and weeks. People said, hey, Josh, did you know that you can discard the Skull Archfiend of Chaos for Hugin and then search for 3 cards, basically? It's a very good feeling to discard the Skull Archfiend of Chaos for Hugin the Runick Wings. So I was like, sure, I will bring Runick, Ritual of Light and Darkness, or Chaos Runick, or whatever you want to call it, whatever, Yugi Runick. The way Runick was intended to be played by Yugi himself to locals on Wednesday, and I had a pretty fun time. So what we're going to do is we are going to take a look at the deck list first. I'll show you what I cooked up with because I didn't build it on stream. We'll go over the cards, the idea behind the list, and then go over some of the highlights from the games that I recorded. So here we are with the deck list. And before we jump in, I do want to give a quick shout out to a new sponsor of the channel, Ice Oversleeves, which are the oversleeves I've been using for a long time now. I started using them a couple of weeks ago because I wanted to make sure that they're good enough before I advertise them to you guys. But people always ask me, what oversleeves are you using? And now I am recommending the Ice Oversleeves. I've been using them for a long time. They have a very good quality, and I've been very happy with them. If you're watching on Twitch right now, you can use !ice if you want to check them out for yourself. You can use the code JOSH5 for 5% off to also support the channel if you want to try them out. And if you're watching this on YouTube, there's going to be a link in the description. And same thing, you can use JOSH5 for 5% off your order and to support the channel. And if you want to protect your inner sleeves with some oversleeves, then I really recommend checking them out. All right. That is that. Let us jump into the deck list for Runick, Ritual of Light and Darkness. Also, last week, I got lucky. I've been blessed with Ultimate Tournament Pack 1, by the way. Ultimate Tournament Pack, I know they died. Okay. All right, I'll give everyone some time to refresh. I guess we have to start that over. I'm sorry. I don't know why this keeps happening. I've been trying to fix it. I've been analyzing the log files, and I haven't been able to figure out what the issue is. I mean, it happens less now, I guess is the good news, but I don't know. I really don't know what it is. My suspicion is that it has something to do with, we are currently in the process, and you guys are going to make fun of German infrastructure again. But we are currently in the process of switching from copper to fiber, I think is what it's called, glass fiber. So, and it hasn't been completed yet. They haven't fully done it yet. So yeah, it's kind of messed up. Does your locals give you more than one Ultimate Tournament Pack per player? Every locals around me gives everyone 1 pack maximum. For us, it is 1 Ultimate Tournament Pack for participation, and then some amount of them as prizing. But yes, there are multiple per. This time, I mean, I guess spoilers, I went X1. And I got 1 for participation, and then I got 3rd place because my tiebreakers were good, and I got 2 more. So I had a total of 3 Ultimate Tournament Packs this week. And I got lucky and I pulled a Fallen at the Virtues. But yes, okay. All right, now everyone has refreshed, I hope. everyone has refreshed. Sorry about that. Let's just redo that little thing, and then we'll get into the list. So yes, here I'll show it to you again. But I got blessed this week by Ultimate Tournament Pack 1. Again, last week I got the Dark Magician of Chaos. This week I got this beauty right here, the Fallen and the Virtuous. Of course, if I ever want to use it, I'd have to pull 2 more. So hopefully next week's are going to be blessed as well. But yeah, that was nice. I was really happy with that. So that was just the cherry on top, essentially, at the end, because I was able to play Runics. I went X1 at locals, which I was already very happy about, and then I even got to pull an ulti Fallen and the Virtuous. So that is that. All right, let's get into the list. Let's begin with the normal cards. All right, let's begin with the normal cards that there's nothing going on here. We've got triple Black Chaos and triple Grifo, of course. And then also in this version of the deck, we are playing 3 copies of the Skull Archfiend of Chaos, because of course, opening this card together with a Runick is freaking insane, because you go summon Hugin, discard it in your draw phase, you do all of your adding and sending in the draw phase, and you basically start the game off with an insane amount of extra cards, because this searches one, and then the ritual that you send gives you 2 cards back in hand, so you start the game with like 3 extra cards in hand, which is insane. Yeah, and then of course this also is a resource in the grave because it comes back, and this is something that I noticed a lot when I played this deck for the first time, and we're gonna see that later in the duels as well. This card basically makes this deck go completely infinite. Like, you cannot run out of resources because you can recycle everything. You can recycle extra deck monsters in the graveyard. Like, I did that a couple of times. You know, you cannot run out of like Gary or Chaos Angel or IP Masquerena. All cards that if you want to, you can bring them back into the extra deck. It's really, really good. Graveyard interruption on the opponent as well. It's an insane card as well. Also, one of the coolest things I did with this card is it has the same synergy with something like SP Little Knight or Sleipnir the Runic main, like Branded Regained, because you can banish a card until the end phase, and then you put it back with the Skull Archfiend of Chaos, which is really cool because then they don't get it back. And then only 1 copy of the Celtic Mystic. I wish I could play more, but the deck is really tight because all the Runic cards take up a lot of space. And then we got the two ritual monsters. Of course, we need those. We play 3 copies of the Ragged Ritual of Rites, Ragged Records of Rites, or whatever it's called. Of course, we want maximum consistency. And I also decided, this week, I decided to go with 2 copies of the Ritual Spell and 2 copies of Mind Shuffle. I didn't want to take any risks. You know, in this deck, you're really using Skull Archfiend of Chaos to its maximum potential, so I wanted to have 2 copies of the Ritual Spell, and I never wanted to lose because I opened the one of Mind Shuffle. In this deck, it's a little bit less bad to open the Mind Shuffle because you can discard it for Hugin, worst case. And I considered actually to play 1 because you can discard it for Hugin, and Black Chaos can activate it from the graveyard. But it doesn't work with Grifo. And Grifo, of course, being the way better card, especially when you go second, I did not want to risk drawing it with Mind Shuffle together. I sided out Mind Shuffle once going second, and I got immediately punished again. Immediately. Every time, literally every time I side out Mind Shuffle, I draw it. Every time. I was like, I played against Archmage in round 1. And I'm like, okay, this is a combo deck. I need to side in as many cards as possible for going second because otherwise I get FTK'd. Let me side down to 1 Mind Shuffle. Immediately drew the Mind Shuffle and immediately lost the game because of it, because I couldn't play. I had enough non-engine to make the game playable, but the 1 Mind Shuffle, I just couldn't play. So yeah, it's so annoying. It's so annoying. Yeah, literally my least favorite thing about the Chaos deck is how they designed Mind Shuffle and how they made it such a bad draw. When in so many other decks recently, they realized, okay, drawing traps is really bad. So that, you know, a lot of cards can activate this from like hand or grave, or in other decks. In this deck, you just get screwed if you draw it. So yeah. And now is where it gets weird. The Runics. 2 Runic Fountain. Hog Champion. We got 2 Runic Fountains in the TCG. Let's go. The The fact that Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos protects your spell traps from being destroyed is actually really interesting with Fountain, because otherwise, like, you just couldn't play a Runick deck in a format where every deck has 3 copies of Fallen and the Virtuous. Because you would go first, you would establish Fountain, and you would not be able to use it because everyone would pop it all the time. But in this deck, we can actually protect it because the Magician of Black Chaos is here. And vice versa, sometimes you can actually protect Mind Shuffle with Hugin. So the cards really they do have some synergies. And then we do have 3 Tip, 3 Freezing Curses, 3 Flashing Fire, and 3 Destruction, of course. And these cards, I would say, as someone who's played the Ritual of Light and Darkness deck for a long time, I would say these cards actually help because they do give your board that little bit of extra interruption that you are lacking, because this deck is a relatively low ceiling deck, and if you have these cards on top of it, it can really make the difference between being able to stop your opponent from completely comboing off, or at least surviving the turn, because that's really the biggest thing about this deck. Is if you survive the turn, you are fine. You have follow-up, you win the resource game every time. So they do quite help. And then also, this is something that, please, no one show Josh from 3 years ago this, okay? Can we all agree that no one is going to tell me from 2 years ago about this, what's about to happen? But there's only one Slumber and only one Dispelling. The deck was tight, okay? There's only 14 quick plays. It's only 14 quick play. I know I've been always saying, like, never play less than 15. We need as many as possible. And so please, no narcs, okay? No one tell me from the past about this. But I just couldn't, it couldn't fit. It couldn't fit. And you know, come on. I couldn't. There's just no way. I know I changed. I'm sorry. I changed. Yeah, my bad. Yeah. It's only 14 quick play spells. But I played Vision. That's a cool card, right? That's a cool card. This card was awesome. The deck is 41, by the way, just because I didn't know what exactly to cut. In hindsight, you can play 2 Visions or even less. I cited this card out a lot. But in my mind, it was cool because you can deal with drawing multiples of a Runick. You can bait Ash Blossom with it. And also, it's a great, like, technically, if you discard a Runick spell, that is a free discard because it means that at some point in the future, you are drawing an extra card with Fountain. So you are getting a free draw, quote unquote, in the future. Also, it is a very cool card to add back with the Magician of Black Chaos, because you can then set it and then use it on your opponent's turn to draw into more Runick cards. Because, of course, Runick cards, you don't usually want to add them back with the Magician of Black Chaos. But, you know, you can sometimes. But if you add back Vision, that can give you more Runicks on the opponent's turn. Also, there was actually also another reason why I played less Runick cards. Because you can recycle this. If you only have one Runick in other Runick builds, you don't have a way to resolve your Fountain to draw, which is pretty bad. In this deck, this is not true. If you have only one Runick in this deck, there's 2 things that you can do to still be able to resolve Fountain to draw. Number 1 is you can draw 3 extra cards with the Celtic Guardian, which you're going to draw Runick. That's very likely. The second thing is that you can do is you can activate Flashing Fire, bring out Hugin, search Fountain, and then you can add that Runick card back with the Magician of Black Chaos, and then use it on the opponent's turn to get a pop and a draw, for example, in the example of Flashing Fire. So because you can essentially duplicate Runicks in this deck, it's not as important to draw 2 of them. It's better to, it's not as bad to just draw 1. So yeah, but the 3 Visions can definitely help. And now I proudly present my non-engine. We got 3. We've got 3 non-engine. That's it. That's all we have. This is the biggest downside of playing a Runick deck in 2026. Your non-engine is your Runicks. We don't have room for other non-engine. We can't really do anything. I decided to play the Mulcharmies because it's, I think, the only thing that realistically gives you a chance going second in a deck like this. We're not going to win the game off of ashing one of their starters. We have to get too lucky to do that. If we draw this card, because this deck has a significant amount of discarding going on, we discard for Hugin, we discard for Celtic Guardian, We discard for Mind Shuffle. It's no big deal. We can get rid of dead cards in hand, no problem. So I never had an issue with that. I drew into the Molcharmies mid-game a couple of times, but you can make it work. And it's just the most reliable way to win going second in a deck that's basically full of engine. But this is also simultaneously one of the biggest issues of Runick decks in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that these cards are your non-engine, but they don't feel like high-quality non-engine against combo decks. And this is something we're going to observe later on in the matches that we're going to watch. But against combo decks, these cards are not good non-engine, right? Like this is basically like an Imperm, a Destruction Effect, a Mystical Space Typhoon. These are not great non-engine if you're playing into a combo board. But if you're playing against mid-range decks, if you're playing into something like Mitsurugi or Blitzkrieg or something, which are all matchups that I had at locals, the deck actually plays well into those. So essentially, the mid-range decks or something like Branded, I actually think are okay matchups for this deck. Like this deck can actually work in those matchups. But against combo decks, you are lacking the proper amount of non-engine that would be necessary with how powerful decks like Elf Note, Archmage, and stuff like that are in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Like you are just not going to realistically break a combo board with these cards. That is just something I was aware of when I was going into the tournament. So I didn't expect, if I lose the dice roll to Elf Note, I didn't expect to be able to beat it unless I got lucky with like the Charmies. Which is why the Fua was also my non-engine of choice for the main deck. So main deck is 41 cards. Looking back, I think the Radiant Typhoon Vision is cuttable. I sided it out a decent amount, and maybe I would even put in 2 extra Charmies to better cover for those matchups. But I didn't hate the Vision. The Vision was fine, but yeah. And I would, of course, as always, I would love to add more Runicks to the mix. But also the secondary engine here, quote-unquote secondary, honestly, feels like a primary engine even, is relatively big here, right? You have a lot of these cards in here. This guy also was one of the best cards in the deck. I wish I could play more. I guess you could if you wanted to. I guess you could also cut 3 Vision and play 3 copies of this and make it 40 cards. That could also work. Yeah, this card was pretty good. You just have to be careful that when you activate Celtic Mystic, you can only do 1 extra deck summon after. So usually you want to use your Hugin first, right? You don't want to Celtic Mystic. And then, I mean, it's fine. You don't have to make a crazy board, but the main plan for the deck is to make Hugin and then turn the Hugin into like an IP Masquerena. So yeah, that's the main deck. For the extra deck, we've got 2 Hugins, 1 Gary and 1 Sleipnir. You never need more than 1 of these other ones because you can always recycle them with the Summon Skull Archfiend of Chaos. Hugin, there's a second one in here just in case you want to go for the play where you activate 1 fountain, summon another Hugin, search another fountain to chain block the first fountain. But realistically, because this deck is not a synchro deck, it's actually really hard to free your own extra monster zone. So I don't even know if I ever summoned 2 Hugins in the same turn. It's really hard to make it work. It is really hard to make that work on the first turn. You really don't draw like a crazy amount with fountain on the first turn. Very often you are lucky to even be able to resolve 1 fountain on the first turn, and you will do the majority of fountain draws on your opponent's turn, but that's okay. So this is, honestly, I could even see playing 1 Hugin. It's not unheard of in this deck. You genuinely could. But the fact that Hugin can protect something like Mind Shuffle is also very interesting. I had a couple of situations where I could have done that if my opponent had like a Fallen at the Virtuous or a Ghost Ogre in the right spots. I could have activated a Runick to bring our Hugin and protect it. So I think 2 is still good for safety measures for that. Yeah. Then we have IPSP. This is the main thing that we're trying to end on with the Hugin. One really cool thing about the IP Masquerena in this deck is what I tried to do a lot of the times was I tried to do this, where I would, of course, I would have a Skull Archfiend of Chaos in my grave on turn 1. I would just bring it back and it was then here. And then I would use the IP to link with it into the SP and then would trigger this, which is neat. And you then, if you can use it this way, you can actually use your Mind Shuffle to search the Celtic Mystic on your opponent's turn to be able to summon that out and draw more Runick cards to give you more interruptions, which is really neat. But of course, this does mean that you are not getting your search for the Black Luster Soldier immediately at the start of your opponent's turn, because you have to wait until you can resolve Masquerena to link this off to then search this, right? So in some cases, you still want to search the Black Luster Soldier immediately so you have it available. Yeah. And this is also a card that I did frequently recycle into the extra deck for multiple turns because I wanted to resummon. I played a Haggard Lizardos. This is here because it's one of the few cards that actually lets you clean your extra monster zone up to be able to summon another Runick if that's ever relevant. It came up. It's okay. The issue with it is that there needs to be another monster on the field because you need to have a target for its attack modification effect in order to remove it and draw a card. But that, when you play into a board, there might be a monster on your opponent's side of the field, and and you can just target that, make it smaller, draw a card, and free up your extra monster zone. I played the extra deck is actually surprisingly not very tight because we don't have all the synchros that you would normally have in a Runick combo deck. So we just play utility link monsters, but we need like barely any of them. I played a Dynamondo just in case if I was in a pinch to shuffle away a card. It's all right. Came up, I think, once maybe. I also played Ashland U1000 because in theory, what this card does is it reveals a ritual in your hand, and then you add a ritual with different type and attribute, which technically works with these guys, right? Because they are different attribute and different type from each other. So if you ever have like this on the board and you have Mind Shuffle and you want this in hand, you can just you have this in hand and want to search the other one as well. You can do that. Never came up for me. It also gives your ritual monsters piercing damage, which can do a lot of damage with the BLS. But that requires you to have a battle phase. So that never came up. And then I played 2 Charmers, Lina and Dark, because I had space. Maybe they come in useful. I also played the Charmer Link 4. None of these ever really came up. I think I made Dark ones to climb into an SP with an extra deck monster. The idea behind the Charmer was that because, of course, we play Chaos Angel, because you can make it with Hugin plus one of the level 8 Darks. You can make a Light and Dark Chaos Angel. I was like, you know what? The Charmers can like bring it back. And then you would be able to use the Chaos Angel Banish again, because the Chaos Angel is not once per turn to banish, and it triggers on special summon. So I played the Charmers to like link climb into this. Never happened for me, but the space is very, very open. So yeah, it's okay. Honestly, in hindsight, these cards came up very rarely. Maybe you play like a second SP. But once again, you can recycle these cards very easily with the Summon Skull. So I don't know if it's necessary. I also played Goddess, same reason. That was also another reason to play the Charmers. If there was ever something I couldn't out, any towers kind of monsters or something, I was like, okay, let's just play the Charmers so I can climb and maybe make a Goddess. It's all right. Yeah. Is Fancy Ball not worth playing? Fancy Ball is not out yet in the TCG, so you cannot play it. And then Typhon. Typhon is pretty mandatory, I would say, in this deck. So mostly used these. This came up. And I think I made Dark and Dynamondo like once and Lizardos once, but this is all kind of flex over here. But yeah, they have their reasons, but they don't seem ultra important. But I also didn't miss anything, to be fair. Like I never missed any of the other ones either. So well. And then for the side deck, we'll quickly go over it. Triple Sphere mode. I felt like, I'm citing 3 Charmies, so I'm like, okay, 6 Charmies and Sphere mode is a way to maybe handle combo decks. I saw this card against Archmage, and I still lost. I resolved Rulia, Fuba, and I had Sphere mode, and I still lost to Archmage going second. So we'll see that later. Double Droll. Because we're scared of combo decks. Triple Pot of Sloth. Love this card. 1 Talents. We need to take out the Fubas going first, so I played these cards. Because I did want Talents and Called By somewhere in the deck, mainly for going first though. But there are some combo heavier matchups where I don't actually want to side in Tactics. So usually in those matchups, I would side in Drolls going first as well. But Chaos Magical Hats is here to cover for Evenly. Evenly is really annoying, so having a searchable out for Evenly is very good. And you usually have enough space on the board to resolve the hats as well. And it puts Runicks into the grave, which I never did, but it'd be really cool if you just got like a bunch of free Runicks into the graveyard that you can then put back and draw. But never mattered, but it's a fun little interaction between the two. And then the Solemn Judgment, once again, also just more ways to secure your board from breakers when you go first. So yeah. Relatively cookie cutter side deck, and the siding patterns for going first is usually just you'll take out the 3 Molcharmies and then some amount of Radiant Typhoon Visions for the ones that you need. And going second, you side out some Runicks because you don't want... You have a lot of extra draw when you go second. And so I take out some duplicates, some engine pieces. If I side in the Sphere mode, I'll take out the Celtic Mystic as well. And it usually works out quite well. So that was the list. The idea behind the deck was essentially just play a very grindy and control-y playstyle. Of course, since both of those decks accelerate or really excel at making great resource grinds happen. You know, you don't need a battle phase with the ritual stuff because you can just banish all of your opponent's cards. You can ruin their follow-up with the Skull Archfiend of Chaos. You can recycle your stuff back into the deck. And then you will just slowly but surely outgrind your opponent by banishing their cards from the field with the Chaos cards and establishing the fountain and drawing extra cards and banishing some resources off the top of the deck. So that was the plan. That was the plan. Let's see if it worked in practice. Okay. And the way we are going to do this, because I did feel like some of these matches were incredibly long. The first round immediately already went almost into overtime. We are going to watch more of like the highlights of the games. So for some of the games that were interesting, we're going to watch in full. Some of the games that were not as interesting, I'm just going to give you a rundown of what happened. So that we don't take like, because I want to do commentary over them as well. And if like the base match is already almost 50 minutes, then like, you know, we will friggin' be here for an hour and a half per match. I don't want that to happen. So we'll take a look at this. First round was up against my arch nemesis on Archmage, who I play against almost every locals I go there. I just happen to play against the Archmage duelist. And I knew going into this already that I was going to have to win the dice roll here, because going second, I was not going to have a chance. So I was really happy because I rolled a 5 only with 2 dice, which is not very high, but they rolled a 4. So here we are, going into round number 1. And the hand's okay, you know, the hand's all right. And the good thing about the Archmage deck that they're playing is that they are usually not playing many hand traps, so I'm usually fine to go. But they do play board breakers like evenly in the main deck, so that's scary. Let me beat this up a little bit. And also, yes, first game for me with this deck after a while, but nothing has changed. Mind Shuffle is still in hand.
Stand by me.
So here's what I mean. This is a hand with 1 runic spell, right? It's Black Chaos, Magician of Black Chaos, Ragged Records, Mind Shuffle, and 1 runic spell, which would normally be pretty awkward in any other runic combo deck I've played in the past, where you would have like 1 draw maximum to find another runic. You would make like Coral Dragon or Stardust Charge Warrior or something to draw 1 card, and if that was a runic, it'd be fine. If not, it'd be bad. In this deck, you don't have this problem because Celtic Mystic is going to draw 3 cards. There is going to be another runic, right? And even if you don't draw another runic with Celtic Mystic, the Magician of Black Chaos can add back the freezing curses after I add Fountain with it, and then I have another Runick for next year. So it does work. Alright, Mind Shuffle for Skull Archfiend, discard Skull Archfiend. Didn't get drolled, Park Champion. Sure, keep trying to justify less Runics. Look, I'm doing what I can, alright? I fit as many as I could. I fit as many as I could. But I do think, in hindsight, it does work. I think it does work. I also think... I mean, of course, I built this deck based off of theory, and this was my first game with the deck at all. I do think I learned a couple of things about it, and I do... Before the tournament, I felt bad about only playing 14 Runics, but after the fact, I think it was fine. I think it does work in this deck, because of the reasons that I just outlined. I think it genuinely works in this deck to play less Runic. I will say it, I'll say something weird right now. In this deck, I think it could be a 1 Fountain angle. It could be a 1 Fountain angle in this deck because you can always recycle it even if it gets banished with the Skull Archfiend. The only thing that can't happen to it is it can't get banished face down. But if it's banished face up, you can get it back. And it's like the Runic part of it was actually not that important. I know that sounds crazy. I know I changed, but I think it could be a matter of you play only 1 Fountain. It could be. Everyone had this exact reaction, by the way, when I activated my first Runic card. Why is that? Can someone explain this? Why? What do they mean by this? What do they mean by that? Anyone know? Because I am confusion. I am confusion. See, draw 3 with the Celtic Mystic, and now we have another Runic. No problem. No problem. How do you know if a card can get back cards from banished face down or only face up? So it's very difficult to find out. There's only one way to find out, and it's kind of hard. Most people in the community don't know how to do it. But I'll tell you the secret. All right. So the secret is you take the card, right? You take the card and then you read it. Which is tough, I know. But the Skull Archfiend of Chaos says, for example, you can target 3 other cards in the graveyard and or face up banishment. So it only targets face up cards. But there's other cards that just say banished card. For example, a card that everyone should know, actually, but I'll go over it anyways. But everyone should be familiar with this card. Paleozoic Leoncolia says target a banished card. Target a banished card, return it to the graveyard. This includes face down cards because it just says banished card. And in general, if you have any card that requires a specific attribute, for example, like if a card says target a banished light or dark monster or something, that obviously has to be face up because otherwise a face down card doesn't have a name or an attribute when it's face down, you know? So if a card just says banished card, then any banished card works. If it says face up or specifies name or attribute or archetype or something, then you know. Oh yeah, that is the secret. What if it says banished monster? Then it also doesn't work on face down cards because face down cards aren't face down cards and not monsters. Can you check what the face down cards are to decide, or is it random? You can look at your face down cards. Yeah, when you activate Pot of Desires, you can take a look at your face down banished cards. You're allowed to do that. You can't look at your opponent's ones, but yours you can.
Genau, dann hätte ich einmal Effekt hiervon. Ich mir die 2 auf die Hand. Der kann sich auch daran beschwören, indem ich von Hand oder Grave einen...
So, one way to clear up your extra monster zone in this deck is to make Chaos Angel with a level 8 Dark or Light and the Hugin. The reason why I didn't end up do this super often is because, first of all, the Celtic Mystic only allows one other extra deck summon, and usually I want that to be IP Masquerena. But second of all, it's also the level 8 that you're using as a material is a pretty valuable resource. Like the Black Chaos or the Ritual Monster, you don't really want to get that off of the field. You kind of want to keep that here. Also, I made a massive mistake in this game. I put Celtic Mystic to the far left, which is where I'm always putting my my ritual guy, the Dark Magician of Black Chaos. I always put in the far left, and that is a tremendous mistake that bothered me a lot.
Spellcaster oder Warrior Ritual reinmische. Ich habe 600. Das würde ich dann auch machen.
So I wanted to put a Black Chaos onto the field, and here I was thinking about, do I make Chaos Angel? Do I make a IP Masquerena? And it's like, I cannot make, once again, I could activate Fountain, but I can't use the Runick spell I drew to summon another one, because I'm locked out of the extra deck from the Celtic Mystic. If I make the Chaos Angel, that is my one extra deck summon, right? I can't make two from the extra deck. So I need to, I think, I end up thinking about it a little bit, because it's the first game of the deck I've ever played, but I think I just make IP Masquerena ultimately, summon my ritual monster, and call it a day, and I just live with the fact that my my Magician of Black Chaos is not in the left. It's in the center now, which is very unfortunate, very suboptimal, but we have to live with it. And I add back my freezing curses. This is nice. You know, I use my freezing curses to summon a Hugin, and then I get it back to the hand, because it's a good disruption. It's a good disruption to have next to my end board. It's neat.
Die gehen auch später wieder unter das Deck. Keine Sorge. Hier, wo ich die noch vergesse. Hier. Das ist meine eine Summon.
And then we bring back the Skull Archfiend, like I said earlier, recycle the Hugin back into the extra deck immediately. Also, one thing I made sure to do every time, because I'm addicted to drawing cards, is always recycling the one copy of Celtic Mystic if I could, to be able to search it again with the Mind Shuffle. And so here we have this setup that I mentioned earlier, where we don't have to use Mind Shuffle here to search another Skull Archfiend, to search the BLS. I mean, first of all, I have the Skull Archfiend on the field already, but if I link with the IP into the Skull Archfiend, into the SP with the Skull Archfiend, I can search the Black Chaos, the Black Luster Soldier with that, and I can use Mind Shuffle to search the Celtic Mystic. And Mind Shuffle can also summon the Celtic Mystic from the hand, which means I can draw 3 more cards on the opponent's turn. Isn't that great?
Yep.
And this is something that this player has been doing in Archmage for a long time now, which I actually think is quite good, is they've been playing Board Breakers and Pot of Sloth in the main deck, because if you go first, you just discard them for your field spell. But it's very good against my deck in particular as well. So draw 6, put 5 back. Were you jealous when you saw them draw 6? A little bit. It's a little fucked up that they've drawn more cards than me so far in this game. This is my secondary like measurement of success in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like if I've drawn more cards than my opponent, and right now I'm behind. I'm super behind in this game because I've only drawn 3 cards so far with the Celtic Mystic and they've just drawn 6. So I'm not happy right now.
Hast du irgendeinen Quick Effect on Res? Dann hätte ich das.
So I need to punish them for the Runick Dispelling because they just added a card from the deck to the hand outside of the draw phase. So it's going to be a random discard.
Top 2 werden gebanished.
Random discard and banish 2.
1. 6. Nee, die Yugioh Grave und die obersten 2 Karten werden gebanished.
So we hit a Power Patron, which I think has no graveyard effect. We see a Black Goat Laughs as well in the banished pile, which is probably indicating Rust, maybe?
Und dann hätte ich Fountain für 1.
And I do have a second Runick in hand here, the Freezing Curses. But I do know this is something, this is a play that I made because I'm familiar with this player's deck from recent locals. Because I know that they play evenly matched, I decide to just take my 1 fountain draw here. Because I figured if they don't have evenly matched, then I'm fine anyways, or I'm happy anyways. I'm happy with 1 less draw. But if they do have evenly, it is a little bit better for me to take my 1 draw here. And I draw Tip. Let's go. Tip is cool. And they do go end of main next action.
Effekt IP. Chainlink 1, Skull Archfiend, Send für Kosten die Ritualspell und Chainlink 2 SP Target das Ding in deinem Friedhof. Der macht ja nichts, wenn er gebanisht wird, oder?
And in here, so I'm not too worried about evenly in this situation if you think about it, because I just made SP Little Knight. If they are, my plan right now is if they're going to evenly, I can go SP Banish itself and the Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos. Both of them are going to return in the end phase, which are going to be incredibly good playing into the board. Like whatever board they make, if I get this guy back in the end phase, it's pretty good. And I can keep Fountain after the evenly, and I can interrupt with the 2 Runicks that I have in hand, right? It's pretty cool, actually, this board against evenly matched. My only issue here, and this is something that looking back at this match, I think I made a mistake. Which is only really a mistake if you factor in that I knew that they were playing Archmage, because they've been playing Archmage for like months now. But one of the things against the Visas, not Visas, the Medius decks that matters a lot is the freaking 5K Pendulum guy. If they summon it, it banishes both graveyards face down, which that messed me up already in one of the locals that I went to with Branded. Because they just banished, I played for follow-up. I was like, if I survive the turn, I'll be fine. And they banished my whole graveyard face down. And my biggest issue in this game, which I was really worried about at this point when I realized it, was I put both ritual spells into the graveyard. I should have put back 1 ritual spell on turn 1 because I knew that they were playing Archmage. I should have kept one of them in the deck to make sure that if I get hit with that effect in main phase 2 after the evenly, I still have a ritual spell in the deck.
Würde ich Runick Tip aktivieren zum Suchen. Genau.
Das war der
MST.
You have Grifo in hand for another Mind Shuffle? I do have Grifo in hand for another Mind Shuffle. But, so basically, there's 2 options here, right? I can keep the Black Chaos on the field and get another Mind Shuffle with the Grifo, although I think the second one... Is the second one in grave or back in the deck? I don't remember if I recycled it with the Skull Archfiend, because I opened it and discarded it. But if I keep Black Chaos, and I get another Mind Shuffle from Grifo, I have 1 interrupt, right? I have 1 interrupt, which is bounce Black Chaos to summon the BLS and get 1 banish. I get 1 banish from that. But if I keep Fountain, I have more interruptions because I have multiple Runicks in hand, right? So I decided to go for the Fountain instead of the second Mind Shuffle interruption.
Ja, ja.
Because I can't have both.
Du darfst weitermachen.
Dann würde ich End of Battle sagen.
Ja. Chain SP. Target sich selber.
Sind die nur Uneffekte von
Und
mir?
den. Bitte?
Sind die nur Uneffekte von mir? Also der ist eh...
Ja, ist Opponents.
Das ist ein No-Game. Ja.
Die 2.
So I save these 2 for the end phase. Honestly,
Die 2 gehen aus.
SP. You can SP 2. I could have SP'd the other 2, right? I could have left that. Maybe that was better even. Yeah. Maybe it was better to just save Black Chaos and the Dark Magician for craziest amount of follow-up. Yeah.
Das bedeutet, du hast MST und den Target.
I mean, to be fair though, because I'm anticipating my lose condition in this game to be the fact that they could banish my graveyard face down here. If they banish both of my ritual spells face down, the Black Chaos isn't that crazy of a card because it's going to be affected, right? Maybe it's better than... maybe it's actually better to get SP in that case. Because yeah, Black Chaos can attempt to banish 2 cards, but it's affected, so they can out it relatively easily.
Die sagte Bescheid Medius jetzt, ne?
Genau, dann ist es ein Branded Loss.
Alright, so we go normal summon Owl, activate Theorealize Lul,
Wenn der beschworen wird,
and that summons a Medius from the deck.
ja.
How does Archmage out defense position BLS? Archmage, how does Archmage out defense position BLS? Let me think. You can't out it with Finmel because that doesn't target. I mean, it depends on the exact build, I guess. Some people play Fallen and the Virtuous, which works, right? Fallen and the Virtuous works. You would get a warning in the OCG with that hand shuffling. I know, and I'm trying to do less of it, especially when I'm recording. It's just something I do subconsciously, and I'm just like, recording my games adds an extra layer of like things I have to take care of because I always have to like worry about leaving my head in the same position. And so I have less mental capacity to focus on what I'm doing. Like I also think I misplay more when I record, but it's fine. It's just I sometimes I just forget about it because I'm focused on other things. You can't do it in OCG. Someone said, I don't know if it's actually true. I didn't fact check it, but Twitch chat said it, so it's got to be correct, right? Someone said that in the OCG, if you do it too much now, you can get like a penalty for it. It's not forbidden to do it. You just can't. It's like, I think excessive hand shuffling is what they said. Or maybe it's only on feature matches or something. Like they just don't want it to be distracting for the viewers or something like that. It's just if you do it too much, they can give you like a warning and say like, hey, stop doing that. It applies only on stream if I remember correctly. Yeah, maybe. So yeah, essentially here, I have a bad feeling about this because the freezing curses and destruction. I'm not sure how likely it is for me to be able to stop this onslaught of combos that are about to happen. And I think searching with the tip, searching the destruction was a little bit preemptive because I kept Fountain anyways with after the evenly. Hand shuffle so fast that the mind scan toon player cannot tell which cards you have. That might be a strat, yeah. So this was well done by them because this is Archmage something and field spell in hand. Because I searched destruction as a counter to the field spell. The thing is, Archmage vandalization or whatever it's called, I think protects the field spell from being destroyed. So next thing they're gonna activate the vandalization or vandalism, I don't know what it's called. Vandalism Assault, yeah. If they activate that, and if I let it resolve, I can no longer pop the field spell. So I'm forced to pop that. I'm forced to pop that and hope that I can hit some nice stuff with the 4 cards here. And I hit, I think, only one important card, which was the searchable counter trap. I hit that one.
Die sendet für Kosten, oder? Okay, ja, ist okay.
Do you despise Archmage more than Vanadium? No. But I'll clarify. Because this deck overall, yes. But not Archmage per se. I think the issue with Archmage and Elf Note is that they made the power patrons. I do think that the Archmages themselves are actually quite cool, and I think the ceiling of the Archmage deck is very appropriate for a combo deck. I think what the power patrons add to it is where it gets too much for me, personally. Unrelated, do you like Lunalight? It's not like my favorite deck, but I don't hate it.
Der poppt was?
Der poppt ein Power-Patron von Hand oder Feld von sich selber.
Und dann kann er bei mir auch eine Karte zerstören, ne?
Genau, non-target.
Okay, so here we are in a position where we are in main phase 2, so I know I cannot die this turn. I get my Magician of Black Chaos back in the end phase. I have a solid hand for follow-up. What I'm mainly worried about is them being able to banish my graveyard face down with the 5k Vidolium. The way that they summon that is they need a Synchro, a Fusion, and an Exceed monster. I think on the field or in the graveyard. Banish all three, summon the guy, and then it's just 5,000 attack and banishes both graveyards face down. So I am worried about preventing them from having a Synchro. Synchro is the hardest thing to make in Archmage, but they can make it. And in the past, I've played against the same player at locals, and they make it with like Chaos Angel, or they can also potentially, right? This is the Elf Note power patron, so this one ranks up into a Synchro, if I remember correctly. At least that's what I was thinking in the moment. So I'm like, let me try to prevent that. So here they are using this power patron in the scale, which is destroy another power patron from your hand or field, and then you destroy itself, and then it also pops a card on the field. So this is where I have to use my last Runick here. I have to use my last Runick here because my fountain is about to get popped. And so what I decide to do, even though there is a chance that this Jupredo is going to pop this Junordo, or I think that's what they're called, there's a chance that this is just going to pop this, but I still chain Freezing Curses to negate this, just in case they are planning to rank up with this one to summon the Synchro later. Because I'm scared. I'm not scared of a board that they can make right now. Honestly, I'm just scared of my graveyard being banished. And I wouldn't have been so scared if my if I didn't have both ritual spells in the graveyard. If I saved one in the deck, I'd be much more chill here. So I'm thinking about it. I could make Gary here to let them pop Fountain and then add it back to hand. I could summon Hugin to protect the Fountain from being destroyed in the first place and force them to play around other Runicks. And this is where they show me, okay, you know both of the cards in my hand. This is where you could argue this is a little bit dumb of me, because I know they don't have another power patron in hand, right? So this is guaranteed to destroy this. Now that I'm looking back at it. Because I know that both cards in their hand are not power patrons, this is forced to destroy this. So me chaining Freezing Curses on it was not really good, I think. So chaining Freezing Curses here to negate this doesn't make sense. It only makes sense if I really want the 3 banishes. However, I got incredibly lucky here, by the way, and I will admit it, in this game, the Runick banishes actually mattered, and you'll see why in a second. So this is Archmage Litera. I hit Archmage Litera with the freezing curses, which is a one-of. And not only is it an important one-off for their combo, but they also told me later that the fact that it's a level 3 light is how they were planning to make Chaos Angel. So the reason that I hit the Litera here is that they cannot banish my graveyard anymore face down. So I had the wrong thought process, but I still got bailed out by the banish in this game. And I don't know, I mean, there's a chance I can still win the game if my graveyard gets banished, but I think it's a lot better for me that it doesn't get banished. Because the way that they were planning to make Chaos Angel was Finmel as a level 7, plus Litera as a level 3, make Chaos Angel, and then banish it for the 5k guy. And also, I hit the other trap, so they can't end on that either. I'll speed this up because they thought about how to manage this a little bit, but they couldn't figure out a great way to do it, I think, because just they were missing the Litera. The phone case is already in grind game. Dude, my phone case is breaking apart. During that, it's funny you say that, because during this locals, the left corner also broke away. I don't know if you will see it on later feature matches, but now it's symmetric again. Now it's symmetric again because the left corner also broke. So it's fine now. Well, it's hanging in there. These are the best games when the combo player goes second. And I agree with you. And it's something I've talked about in the past. Like, I think combo decks are actually fun when they go second. But when they go first, it's a different story. And I find it so much less appealing.
Erwartest du Mitleid von mir?
Dude, the banter is funny. Most of you won't get it because it's German, but they're like, "Oh, you took both of my traps," and I said something like, "Oh, do you expect pity from me for an Archmage player?" And they're like, "Yeah," and I'm like, "No, you won't get that," because I keep telling them how much I hate combo decks every time, every week. So you are the Yugi boomer of the locals? Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Every time someone is comboing with like Elf Node or Archmage or something, I'm always there and complaining about it. Every time, I'm mega unking it.
Setze ich einen Mindshuffle und würde den auch sofort aktivieren. Zum Suchen. Ist das okay?
Du schon? Nee, hast nicht.
Nee. Ich habe den weggelinkt hier, den Skull Arch. Ist okay?
Ja.
You know those Charmy sleeves are scary to play against? Are they? I think they're cute. Shoutouts Young Cards.
Ich auch, aber ich muss es ja noch fertig machen.
What is the overframe? That is Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos.
Da anziehe ich. Stand by Main. Ja. Effekt. Tag. Zum Fusionieren. Ja. Chain SP. Target sich selber und Kraftfleck. Okay. Ist auch halbiert oder war das auch halbiert? Aber nur der jetzt mit End.
Genau, der ist ja anfänglich.
All right, there's the Deactorus that they fuse into. That's the only interruption they have here, I think. Because the Graph Layer... I mean, the Graph Layer technically is a spell trap pop, but it's protected by my Magician of Black Chaos. the problem here, and I mean problem in the broadest sense, is that I don't have a battle phase, right? And so what's going to end up happening in this match, we're already over 20 minutes in, they are not scooping here. And so this game is going, this match is going to go close to time. And that's why we're gonna talk about the other games in a second, but I can see that this game is essentially over here. Like there's no world in which this is winnable for them. I'm trying to hurry up a little bit, but like I can do so many crazy things here, right? I have recycling for whatever I want with the Skull Archfiend. I can add back from the graveyard with this. Mind Shuffle can search Celtic Mystic again. I can draw 3 cards with the Celtic Mystic. I can even resummon the Dark Magician if I want to, and summon it back to add Fountain or Runick Tip back, and so on. Like this game is over, especially with how many resources are already gone for them.
Ja, ist ja auch eine Karte, die erwähnt. Light and Darkness Ritual. Steht nicht, except. Ja, steht auch nicht. Okay. Mind Shuffle.
And so they even told me in this moment, they were like, I'm gonna keep playing for content. And I was like, sure, why not? I mean, I don't mind. It's locals. Even if we end up getting a double loss, I'd be okay with it. It's fine. And I mean, I like these game states. I'm happy to grind it out. I don't mind. Vision, Fountain, Fuba. Honestly, pretty bad draws for this situation. But yeah. I'd love to play this deck in Master Duel. We can, yeah. If it comes out eventually, we can try it. And it's funny because this deck actually works with 1 Fountain. This is probably one of the Runick decks that I've played that is bothered the least by just 1 Fountain. It's bothered a lot by the other Runick hits, though.
Ja, die 2. Kleiner Mondo. Target das. Das, genau.
Look, I'm giving him resources back. Isn't that nice of me? It's nice of me, right? Young cards, thank you for the 9 months. Appreciate that. Do some recycling with Skull Archfiend.
Und dann würde ich Battle Phase skippen. Und dann bist du.
Skip Battle Phase. Yeah.
Was Graf wieder gezogen?
Fairerweise macht hier auch nichts.
Nee.
Doch, macht er schon.
Oh yeah, I remember this spot. They were like, I'm not sure if I shuffled. Let me check if they did. Hold up. Yeah, they did shuffle because they redrew Graflair. They redrew Graflair and they were like, now I don't know if I shuffled. Yeah, they did. That's funny.
Was Graf wieder gezogen?
Fairerweise macht hier auch nichts.
Nee.
Doch, macht er schon.
Ich würde in der Draw Phase überlegen.
Not a bad draw, I don't think.
Nee, mach erstmal.
Jetzt misstraue ich mir, ob ich mich gemischt habe.
Alles gut, kein Ding.
Weil der ist jetzt hier echt nicht mal so schlecht. Ja, ist mäßig, was nee, ist nicht.
I think I'm just trying to think last turn, because I was worried about playing it fast to make sure we don't get into overtime if I can avoid it. Because last turn, ideally I would have had to summon the Magician of Black Chaos again to get another Runick back from the grave, right? Because if I have a Runick in hand here, that is insane. Because I have like 3 Runick spells in the grave right now. If I have a Runick, that just draws me 3 cards. So how can I get the Magician of Black Chaos off the field and then back onto the field on that last turn if I take more time to think about it? Because like, I guess I can start the turn by linking it off maybe and then shuffling it back with the Black Chaos instead of the BLS maybe.
letzte Runde noch? Sorry.
Du wusstest, dass ich gecheckt habe.
Shit. Ja, ist okay. Dann ist.
Aeon, dann Viertel und
Have you considered Celine? I have considered Celine, but the problem is that most of the time in this deck, the spellcasters are not like the ritual monster is not always properly ritual summoned. But in this case, it was. So in this case, it would have worked. But also, you can never bring back Black Chaos. So that's why I ultimately didn't include it. But when I was building the deck, I thought about including Celine Access Code, yeah. But if you summon the ritual monster with Mind Shuffle or Celtic Mystic, it's not treated as a ritual summon. So you can't, what's it called? You cannot do that. Link early, use Dynamondo, then with your search off of Archfiend, it can be the... Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I link earlier into Dynamondo. That shuffles the... Yeah, I definitely could have resummoned it, yeah. And I should have, because then the game was even more over. It still is over, but... It's like, this is... It maybe is taking, like, an extra 5 minutes now that it didn't need to, necessarily. At the same time, if I add back a Runick, I have to skip another battle phase. Do you play Pharah in this deck? No, I don't play Pharah in this deck. We got no room for nothing. We got 3 non-engine. How do you expect me to fit Pharah?
Ja.
Play more cards. I thought about it in this deck because, like, okay, initially my first draft of the list had more Runicks to just be like 45, and I was like, in my head, I was justifying that by like, oh, I'm gonna draw less Mind Shuffle. But the reality is, it's just too important in modern Yu-Gi-Oh to draw the specific non-engine you choose to play, like the Charmies, and also drawing Grifo in this deck is so important. It's just not worth it to go significantly over 40. Okay, this is cool. Look, watch this. SP onto Fountain. I chain Mind Shuffle because I have a legal target in hand, the Black Luster Soldier, to summon. Then I chain Dynamondo to add back the Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos to the hand. And then I summon it with the Mind Shuffle in the same chain on the wrong side of the field again, which is very painful, but bear with me. And now this protects my Fountain from being banished. This is Fountain's strongest soldier, the Dark Magician of Black Chaos.
Tribute Summon? Ist das Set mandatory vom Deck, oder was?
Nee, okay. Ich musste eben sie frei bekommen.
Ah, checke. Okay, ja.
Why is it on the wrong side? Because it's just I'm just joking. It doesn't matter, but it's the artwork. I usually, it's just a habit that I formed with this deck, is I always put the DMOC on the left and the BLS on the right. It's just what I do. I don't know why. If they're somewhere else, they bother me, okay?
Komplett zu banishen, ne? Was sagt der noch auf dem Feld?
Er ist unaffected von Monster-Effekten.
Allen Monster-Effekten?
Ich glaube auch von meinen... außer von Powerpage-Monstern.
Ein Monster unaffected? Das ist ja relativ unangenehm.
This thing is 5,000 attack, by the way. 5,000 attack, unaffected by monster effects. Can we talk about that for a second? Why does this card randomly, like, come out here, banish the entire graveyard face down, and is unaffected by monsters?
Dann würde ich SP chainen auf sich selber und den Grafler. Okay, das wird alles face down gebanished.
What is that?
Der kann durch Kampf zerstört werden.
Der kann durch Kampf zerstört werden.
Battleface.
Jo. Jo.
Ich spiele jetzt einfach Monster Tower.
Was sind das? 2-2?
Ja.
5, 8. Ja.
Dann darfst du.
Well, you know what he's not unaffected? Runick flashing fire, dude. Look what I just drew!
Ist witziger.
I mean, to be fair, any Runick does it for sure. I did that. Oh. Hello?
Der kann durch Kampf zerstört werden.
Der kann durch
Wait,
Kampf
why are we in the past now? Okay.
zerstört. Mal kurz gucken, was hier alles weg ist bei mir. Finde ich extrem schlimm, aber wenn mir Leute meine Karten benchen. Übrigens finde ich nicht in Ordnung.
Ich find's auch schlimm. Deswegen tue ich es selber an.
Mein Tablet. Ich suche mir einen Skull-Archfiend, werf ihn ab.
Dude, I just said, I looked at my face down banish and I said, I hate when people banish my cards. I really can't stand it.
Kosten.
Which is particularly funny because they lost because I banished Delitera.
Ich kann nur Face-Up-Bench zurück.
Zum Glück. Wo kämen wir denn sonst hin?
That's the Runick player. Yeah, you have successfully identified the joke. Congratulations.
Den und Special den. Effekt und Summon nehmen wir das wieder auf die Hand zurück.
Oder die andere Kopie?
Oder die andere Kopie. Ich wollte aber die. Effekt, um das Face-Down zu wünschen.
Ja, ich verliere keine Targets mehr.
Die Battleface würde ich gehen.
Actually, Verflair kommt und wir haben das.
Oh ja, du hast recht.
Oh yeah, we forgot SP.
Tatsächlich, statt den zu aktivieren, genau das gleiche sonst machen, nur ich würde den zack aktivieren, um beide zu benchen. Aber dann offen. Dann ist die, falls das wichtig ist, der bencht offen.
Das ist nicht wichtig.
Ja, nee, hab ich auch vergessen.
Ich weiß gerade.
Boah, alles gut, war die Arbeit.
Can you turn the volume up? I want to hear the banter. It's German, so because most of us here don't speak German. Yeah. But yeah, battle phase, and then in the battle phase, I use the Runick to pop the guy, and then attack for game because I didn't have to skip my battle phase on that turn.
Spaß das Spiel machen kann, wenn meine Decks anfangen.
Also, du hast mir einfach alle Ressourcen genommen.
Alles stimmt ja wohl nicht. Also, alles gelogen.
Mein Problem war halt dadurch, dass du.
Ja, konntest keinen Chaos-Engel machen, ich weiß. Wenn du, ich kann den trotzdem.
Okay, what the citing patterns? I cited very quickly, so I don't know if it was correct because we're already over 30 minutes into the round. So I take out a bunch of Runicks, I take out some Ragged Records of Rights, the second Mind Shuffle, foreshadowing, Vision, one copy of the Ritual Spell, and so on. Like, I take out a bunch of cards because I need to take all of this in. 3 Sphere Mode, 3 Perulia, 2 Droll, and 3 Pot of Sloth. Alles ist gelogen. Yeah, because they said you took all of my resources, and I was like, that's a lie. You did a lot of stuff in that game. That is just, I did not take all of your resources. Don't lie to me. That was a good game, and you were able to do a lot. Don't pretend like I took all of your resources. That's not true. Do you open Mind Shuffle again in game 2? Who do you think you're talking to? Okay, banger hand. Hoover, Purulia, Sphere Mode. Double Sphere Mode is annoying. Double Sphere Mode, but also Ragged Records. I thought about using Fuba as well here, shotgunning both, because normally against Archmage, I do shotgun Fuba because of the contact fusion into the Finmail, but I was way too scared that if I shotgun both, they just pass. And my hand is double Sphere Mode and a Ragged Records of Rights. Like, I don't think I can afford that. But if this was my only Charmy, I would shotgun it, but not in this case. Or like, if my hand was insane, if I didn't have Sphere Mode and I had like 3 engine cards, I would have maybe shotgunned both. But in this case, I kind of just I was hoping that they would just play into it a little bit, because I can't afford to just play like this. And they don't start with the contact fusion, which makes me feel good.
Also jetzt werden wir auch langsam wirklich frech.
Ich hab keine Mitleid mit denen.
Oh, it's so funny to watch back, man. Oh, it's like I activate Perule, I activate Fuwa, and he's like, it's getting out of hand, and I'm like, I have no pity for you. You deserve this.
Ja. Das ist nicht ne?
It's a funny dynamic that's only happened because we play every locals we play. It's a very fun dynamic that's happened.
Ja.
Dude, we even played at the German Open last year randomly in like round 9 or something, and here's the thing, you gotta understand me at least to an extent, because he always plays like crazy combo stuff. Like, it's like last year he was playing DDD every time we played. It was always DDD. Right now it's always Art Mage, and it's just like, man, I can't anymore, man.
Ja. 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 Okay.
And there it is, the mind shuffle. Let's go. And now my hand is ass.
Stand bei mir. Hinter Draw Face schon was? Ja. Okay. Beschwört einen was? Okay. Ja.
Dude, this is my turn. By the way, this is on my... everything that's happened... So, this is one of my main arguments for Charmies against modern combo decks, because look at the board that I'm about to face after double charming my opponent and barely reaching my starting hand size again. I have 6 cards in hand right now, which is the normal starting hand.
Ja.
I don't even have an extra card in hand. Okay, this is normal 6 cards. Look at what the board is going to be on my turn. This is all during my draw phase.
Ja, der, was macht der Special? Okay. Okay. Das war die Counter-Check. Okay. Für die musst du ein Fusionsmonster benchen?
Ja.
Okay, was macht er in der Scale?
Das ist ein Rising Cross, wenn du auf einen
Ah, ja, an den erinnere ich mich. Okay.
Effekte fusionieren.
Immer noch? Ja, okay. Alles klar. Darf ich jetzt?
Ja.
It's still a good board. It's still a good board. It's not full combo, all right? It's not full combo, but it's a good board. They got Deactorus, Omni Negate, Finmail Negate, Counter Trap Negate. And I think this guy, I don't know if they used this guy already. I think they can still fuse with this guy into like the Nerva. So this was a good board under Fuwa and Perulia. This was a, you know, and I had Sphere Mode.
Okay.
Zum Suchen, ja.
So here is one cool thing that you can do if you draw Mind Shuffle in this deck. You can discard it for Hugin, and then you can place it with Black Chaos, because Black Chaos can place it from the graveyard. Grifo cannot, but Black Chaos can. So that is what I was trying to do here, because otherwise my hand is pretty bad. I have a second Sphere Mode, I have a Ritual Monster, I have the Mind Shuffle, I have 1 Runick, and I have Rag Records. It's not a good hand. I did cite the second Mind Shuffle out, yeah. I was checking for Droll first.
Kein Res. Zum Special.
Weißt du was, Demo? Ich will dich einfach abfucken.
Ja.
And now they call Hugin with Black Go laughs, and I can't discard my Mind Shuffle, and now it all falls apart.
Kann ich nicht aktivieren, ne?
Ja. Den Punkt, jetzt ist es persönlich. Jetzt
Nee, ist okay, alles gut. Ich verstehe.
Ist das schon Game? 2, 5, 5.
Den reinmischen und Black Chaos zerstören. Würde ich Black Chaos aktivieren.
Welchen
Ist Non-Target. Also ist okay oder ist nicht okay?
ich hab nicht mehr.
Was nehme ich da? Ich nehme auf jeden Fall die Scale.
Face up, ja.
Die ist Face Up, ja. Die Scale Face Up und die...
But basically, the rest of this match, unfortunately, is not very interesting because here I'm not able to make anything that stops the follow-up. So I end up losing this game mainly because I drew the Mind Shuffle. Because if I didn't draw the Mind Shuffle, my hand was actually pretty fire. I can't really complain about my hand. It's kind of on me once again for trying to side out the second Mind Shuffle. Whenever I get greedy like that, whenever I try to like optimize for the combo matchup and I'm like, I need to side in as much non-engine as possible, I get punished by drawing the one Mind Shuffle. It's just so bad in this deck. Maybe I could have activated the Runick card first to try and search Fountain. And if they do this, then maybe my Ragged Records can search the Celtic Mystic instead. That was probably the right way to go about it. Yeah, there's a couple of things I could have done differently in this game. So I'm not blaming just the fact that I drew Mind Shuffle, because I could have gone Celtic Mystic instead of the Black Chaos if I just didn't remember that they pitched Black Goat Laughs for the contact fusion. I didn't properly see it, and so I didn't think I would not be able to discard it for the Hugin. Did you get any double loss? That's what I was getting to. That is why game 3 is not super interesting in this match, because this match would have been a double loss. But so game 3, so game 2 I lose here. I establish Mind Shuffle. I have one banish on my opponent's turn here, because I leave my board like this. I thought about making Chaos Angel or SP Little Knight, but I think it's not worth it. So I go ahead and search my BLS. But they have called by, drew called by off the top for the Skull Archfiend, so now I have 0 interruption. So I scoop up the game because I see that they have follow up. I wait for a second to see if they have another play, but that. And they have Meteors in the graveyard, so I just scoop it up. So I know, yeah. And then game 3, we have less than 5 minutes left. So what happens in game 3 is I just I make a board as quickly as I can. Something like this, and then they draw, and then we have someone says you have 10 seconds left or something, and then I tell them do you think you can beat this? And then they're like, well, I have evenly again, and then I'm like, but I have Droll Lockbird, and they're like, well, then I can't beat it, and then they surrendered. Just before time was called. So that was game 3. Not super interesting because game 1 took so long, which is a problem with Runick decks. You know, but it was just I went first. I made the board. I had Droll in hand, and they were like, "Well, I have evenly, but I'm not beating Droll plus follow up, so I'll give you the win." Right? It was a little unfortunate end to the series because game 1 would have been quicker if they scooped earlier. But like I said, they wanted to play it out for the content, which was fine. I didn't mind it that much. But yeah, it was okay. It's all in good faith because it's just locals. So they were just it was just fine. It was fine. But that is one of the issues of game 1 taking so long. And game 2, honestly, I think the issue, if anything, the issue is me not winning game 2, because game 2 was winnable if I play around the Black Goat Laughs, right? Game 2 was winnable if I go for Ragged Records of Rights, search Celtic Mystic. Who knows what would happen there, but probably good things. I think good things would happen if I go for Ragged Records of Rights, search Celtic Mystic. But yeah. Anyways, that was round 1. So we barely clutch out a win with a little bit of help from Droll Lockbird in game 3, because the Droll Lockbird was the card that made them concede. And then we have round 2. Round 2 is game 3 of round 2 is something else. So we'll go ahead. We'll go ahead and set the stage for round 2, but round 2, game 1 and game 2, I think we're only going to go over some highlights as well, because they were, yeah. This is simultaneously my favorite and least favorite round of the day, and you will see why. But I want you to understand that it's very important that we take a close look at what happens in game 3 here. Game 1 and game 2 are kind of whatever, and you'll see in a moment why. But game 3, it's very important that we look at game 3. All right. So first of all, we start this game off with a tactical dice roll loss, because as you can see, my hand does not play the game. My hand is both Ritual Monsters, Skull Archfiend of Chaos, Runick Fountain, and Molcharmi Fuwalo. So this hand is as dead as it can be. This is probably one of the worst hands this deck can produce. There's almost nothing that will help this hand get out of here, because even if I draw a Runick spell to like discard my Skull Archfiend of Chaos, I can't activate it because I drew both rituals. Like there's almost no way to turn this hand playable. Even drawing Mind Shuffles is better than this, unironically, because Mind Shuffle at least gets you to play the game. You're going to be slower, but you can eventually play the game. This does just nothing, right? Celtic Mystic, yeah, Celtic Mystic, or like a way to search Celtic Mystic could help off the top. So the fact that I'm going second here and I have a Molcharmi Fuwalos is actually, you know, better than going first.
Oh, ich bin positiv überrascht erstmal. Ja, ist okay.
I said, it's a positive surprise or pleasant surprise to see you play Grifo, because this is the player who usually only plays Elf Notes and White Forest. So when I lost the dice roll, I was like, okay, this is cooked. But this is, I was like, okay, you know what? Roll, lad. Let's go.
Ja. Jo.
Möchtest du irgendwas machen?
Das ist immer so unangenehm.
Wow, ja.
Drew the ritual spell. Let's go.
Fast 15 Sekunden, keine Sorge.
I tried doing less hand shuffling this round, if you've noticed.
Ich würde mal einen Fuwa schmeißen. Ja, freut mich. Dann mach deinen Dark Magician of Destruction. Ich weiß doch, was du vorhast. Ja.
I activated Fuba when the Dark Magician hit the board, because I was like, you're a combo player. I know you're playing Azamina, Light and Darkness, like a Dark Magician of Destruction thing, and yeah, I get ashed on the Fuba, and I'm just like, okay, let me see what exactly they're playing, but I end up scooping it up in like a bit. And honestly, this one, I will say, I'm scooping this one not only because I'm getting ashed on Fuba, but also because my hand is terrible. Like, I just, with a good hand, the Azamina Chaos deck is not the most auto-win deck out there. It makes a pretty disgusting board still, but with a good hand, maybe I could have played into it. But with this hand, there's nothing I can draw that makes this playable.
Ja.
So I'm just trying to see what they're doing. Like, are they going to search Gaze or Magician Souls, or do I get some other infos? Like, do they play Fallen into Virtuous? But ultimately, I decide, you know, let's save some time here.
Ja, ich habe genug gesehen. Ich habe genug gesehen.
Okay.
Liegt nicht an einem Deck, liegt daran, dass meine Hand sehr schlecht war. Alles gut.
Ich meine, du weißt ungefähr, was kommt.
Ja, ja. Ich hatte nicht One-Play.
All right, and then we go to game 2. And game 2 is also not super interesting, unfortunately. So my hand's pretty good here. I have Grifo, Double Black Chaos, Droll, and Runick Tip, which is pretty solid. So Grifo for Mind Shuffle resolves. Skull Archfiend, send, add Guy.
Dann Main Phase.
Standby phase Fuba, which I'm pretty happy about, because I'm not going to summon from the extra deck if I don't have to in this case. Oops.
Ja, Main Phase.
Is FNV a decent card to play, or is it not needed because of Runics? It's a decent card to play, but it's just hard to fit in the main deck because of space reasons. And since you already have so much removal, I decided not to play it, but you could. It's not bad.
Effekt Ritual. Effekt zum Suchen.
So my plan here, the reason why I'm activating Tip first, is my plan is to activate the Magician of Black Chaos to add the Tip back to the hand, which is that's what I was referring to earlier with you not needing to draw multiple Runics to make it work, because you can add the one Runic you open back to your hand with the Dark Magician of Chaos, and then you have another Runic to activate on the next turn to trigger your fountain. So this is what I'm aiming to do here. I'm aiming to add the Tip back to the hand with the fountain to have another one. The issue is they have a Dominus Impulse here, which catches me off guard a little bit, because that now means that I have a fountain in hand. I have a fountain in hand with no Runic, yeah, it's weird, but there is a way out of this. Actually, there is a way out of this. I can activate fountain. I can summon Black Chaos by banishing the Magician of Black by putting it back into the deck, and then on the opponent's turn, I can search it again with Mind Shuffle by resolving Mind Shuffle. Right? I can do that. So that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to summon Black Chaos, put the ritual monster back into the deck, and then research it out on the opponent's turn, which is, it's quite cool. This is actually one of the games where, in theory, the synergy comes out pretty well for this deck in terms of that. Unfortunately, my opponent also has Fallen and the Virtuous to pop my Mind Shuffle, and the only reason I win this game is because they can't play through my Drolin Lockbird here. Which is little spoilers, but I want to get through this quicker because I think game 3 is the most important one. And they have Fallen and the Virtuous for my Mind Shuffle, but I droll them. They can't play. I've got follow-up next turn, and I win the game. Yay! Non-engine has been compared. I won game 2. Game 3 is the quote-unquote interesting one. Where's game 3? And this is game 3. Buckle up, because game 3 is peak modern Yu-Gi-Oh. We're gonna enjoy this. We're gonna enjoy this right now. No pauses, just full on enjoyment, and I'll just let the gameplay speak for itself. Okay? I will let the gameplay speak for itself, gamers. We go to where it starts. All right. Hand going second against Azamina, Ritual Light and Darkness. Banger hand. Banger hand. Perulia. I said no pauses, but I need to. Perulia, Double Sloth, Spear Mode, and Grifo is genuinely banger hand. Can't ask for a better hand going second, genuinely. Really. I mean, Double Sloth, but yeah. Step 1, Ash the Charmy. Augers. Step 1, Ash to Charmy. All right, now here the question is, when do you use Grifo? I am not a big fan of using Grifo right away in the mirror match, because if you use Grifo right away in the mirror match, there's a big chance that it is just going to get banished by, like, you're going to use your Mind Shuffle, you're going to lose the Mind Shuffle to the opponent's removal effects for free, and you're going to lose your graveyard setup as well for the Skull Archfiend of Chaos, because they're just going to shuffle in your stuff, and then you're not going to have the follow-up that you would normally have. So that's why I'm not a fan of shotgunning the card, because you're not going to keep the card on your field, and you're not going to keep the cards in your graveyard. So in my opinion, it doesn't make sense to shotgun Grifo in the mirror match. So I'm holding it. I'm holding it either for my turn right now, or I am waiting to see if they maybe use the graveyard effect of their Skull Archfiend early, because if they do, I can then use it to set up, and even if they can banish it from the field, my Mind Shuffle, my graveyard is going to stay intact, which is good. It lets me start my turn with a good graveyard, which would be nice. But I'm not going to shotgun it. It's not correct to do so. All right, turn this into anima. Make what's it called? Make cross sheep. And here they use the Skull Archfiend. So this is what I was waiting for. They don't have a negate on the field yet. And they've used the Skull Archfiend. So now what I can do is I can fire off the Grifo. And I can search my I can get some graveyard set up, which could be helpful. Which is why I tell them they attributed the Skull Archfiend for the deception to add the Hollowed Azamina, and I'm like, before you activate the Hollowed Azamina, because I don't want to risk them summoning the Omni Negate first action. That's why I'm like, let's activate the Grifo here before the Omni Negate potentially hits the board, and I can set up with Mind Shuffle. So that resolves, and I'm just now praying that there is no Fallen into Virtues, because if there's Fallen into Virtues, I would lose here. But there isn't Fallen into Virtues, so I'm like, okay, Skull Archfiend of Chaos, send the Ritual spell, add the Magician, or BLS, I don't remember which one I go for. I go for the BLS. So we've got that, it resolved, we've got Graveyard set up. They can banish this with the Dark Magician of Chaos, but I play 2, so that's fine. I kept both in for this matchup. And I have Graveyard set up that they cannot really... I mean, they can make like SP to banish it, but then they make a worse end board in order to banish one of these 2 cards, and I get to keep one of these 2 in the grave, which is a nice resource for my turn. So overall, happy about this.
Was hast du jetzt für eine Sinful Spell weggetan? Ja, okay. Ja. Wie jetzt? Okay.
Alright, resolve Murcielago and Cross Sheep, search another wanted, draw 2, discard 2, and revive 1 from the graveyard. Reasonable. Draw 2, discard Dominus Impulse. At this point, I know I'm fucked. If Dominus Impulse is the worst card in their hand, I get fucked. They forgot to revive, but I can already... little spoiler of what's happening next. Little spoiler of what they're about to do. Alright, we do Talents off the top, put the Sphere Mode back into the deck. Now I have double Pot of Sloth and the Black Luster Soldier.
Also, es müssen echt viele Dinge auf der Bandliste gehen, also es ist wirklich unreal. Ja.
Muss ja auch im Feld sein, oder? Ich meine, das Monster, was den Feld aktiviert. Nee, das ist einfach ein Omni-Negate, muss halt nur entsprechend die Klasse an Karten abwerfen.
Protect Code into Firewall. Activate Protect Code. Bring itself back. Co-linked Firewall. I wonder what that's gonna add back. Add back Ash Blossom. Let's go. I love losing 2 cards in hand to a single Ash Blossom when I go second. It's very cool. Believe me, guys, it gets better. It does get better. Trust me. Trust me, it gets better. Firewall plus Lancia in hand. Make Xena the Deceiving Doll Maidens, which is a card that they definitely should have printed. Send Pharaonic Advent from the deck to the graveyard. Summon Charmer Quartet in Bloom. Bring back Pharaonic Advent and Skull Archfiend of Chaos. Tribute Archfiend of Chaos for Pharaonic Advent. Set Anti-Spell Fragrance. Forgets, by the way, forgets to activate Hollowed Azamina to summon the Omni Negate. But I mean, who's gonna punish you for that if you make a board like that?
glaube nicht, dass es wichtig ist.
Zum Tributen? Ja, und
Stand by Main.
Yeah. The absolute state of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! In like 10 to 20% of games, man. This, literally, and this is why, like, I wasn't even mad at this point, because I was genuinely thinking, like, hey, this is a game that is going to be good to look at on stream. Because what the hell is going on, man? What the hell is going on where that this is possible? A deck that's supposed to have low ceiling, Ritual of Light and Darkness, you know, control strategy, and it's like, okay, Ash the Charmy, add the Charmy back to hand, Talents look at hand, take away the board breaker, search anti-spell fragrance because you can use all of the generic extra deck monsters that they've printed, and it's just like the game becomes unplayable if this happens. It's literally unplayable. I drew, basically, by the way, I drew the best possible hand going second almost that my deck can produce. There is barely anything I can do that would beat. There's nothing that beats this. It's impossible. What am I supposed to do? They opened multiple starters, so other hand traps wouldn't have worked either. There's just nothing I can do. I opened Charmy, Sphere Mode, Grifo, Double Pot of Sloth, which is not even a bad card to draw two of, because it either resolves and you can put the other one back, or if it gets negated, you can activate the other one.
Main Phase.
Ja, dann bench ich. Ja. Bench. Ich darf 5 benchen, weil ich 5 Attribute benutze. Einmal Leben. 2, 3.
There's like, it's hard to even point at one specific thing in this combo and say like, yeah, that's the problem. Because I see a lot of you guys arguing about like what the exact problem is. The reality is that there are so many things coming together in this game where one individual thing was already enough reason to complain about, but all of it is happening at the same time even. Zena shouldn't exist. The Charmer Link Force shouldn't exist. Anti-Spell shouldn't even be legal or searchable. Ash Blossom on Charmies shouldn't be something that's in the game. Talents shouldn't exist, but it's all happening in one game, and as a result, it doesn't even matter what any. I mean, I try playing into it, but what am I supposed to do, man?
Genau, deswegen sind 5 Materialien, weil der. Deswegen, weil er mit 2 dabei ist. Gute gesagt, genau. Genau, 1, 2, 3, 4 und 5. Und dann darf ich ein extra schauen. Hat Spaß.
Nein.
Yep. And this is what I meant earlier by, even if they make a good board, this game state is playable for my deck. This matchup is playable for my deck if I can secure the Skull Archfiend of Chaos to stay in the graveyard. Because I do start my turn with a significant amount of cards in hand. Like I'm in a good position here if it wasn't for the anti-spell, if it wasn't for the searchable floodgate on top of all of it, because I opened Grifo and it resolved. I could have played into this even if they had like the Ilya Sylvia negate or something like that. But the fact that we just have Zena in the game now and that Firewall Dragon adds Ash Blossom back to the hand, like even if there's no anti-spell, I probably lose, but at least I can activate my cards.
PLS, ne? Ja.
PLS, genau. Ja.
Ja. Selbst. Aber warte mal, ich kann ja erstmal Special.
Ash Mind Shuffle. I've got 4 cards in hand I can't use. I use Skull Archfiend. I mean, at this point, I'm just playing for whatever, man. There's like. And the crazy thing is that nothing even has anything to do with the engines that are being played, right? Like, and this is why I keep reiterating this over the last couple of weeks so aggressively. There's no problem with the Ritual of Light and Darkness. The Azamina cards, even though I do say I want Ilya Sylvia being banned, they didn't even summon Ilya Sylvia. They forgot about it. Because, and it doesn't matter. The engines are irrelevant. The things that are happening, the things that are ruining these games are generic cards in both the main deck and the extra deck. talents, Ash, searchable anti-spell, Zena accessing any monster that you want at any given point. That's the problem. And that's the reason why I keep saying like they need to do something about the landscape of non-engine and generic cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Otherwise, if they keep hitting just the engines, then it's just, you're going to swap it for a different engine. Next format, another deck is going to do the same thing. Another deck is going to do the same thing. And then another deck is going to do the same thing. They're just rotating the engines, but the problems stay.
Ja. Nee. Das oder das?
Yeah, and that was round 2. Awesome. That was my loss at locals on Wednesday. So yeah, good stuff, man. Good stuff. The good news is that the last 2 rounds were pretty awesome, actually. The last 2 rounds were pretty cool because I played against mid-range decks. I played against in round 3 I was up against Mitsurugi, and it was a pretty cool match. So we're gonna take a look at that next. But that round 3, I don't even know I have to. I don't think I have to say anything about it. I think I'm happy that it happened because I think it's something that needs to be showcased. I think it's something that the people need to see to understand why I keep, you know, saying this kind of stuff. And it's just annoying. And I know it's not every game that's like this. I know not every deck is doing the same thing, but like there's no reason why the game can't be better. The game could be so much better if we didn't have all of this. Because when do these cards ever promote healthy gameplay anymore? Like how many times is it important that an Ash Blossom exists or a Talents exists or an anti-spell exists? Like I would argue very, very rarely. All right, round 3, 1-1 is the score. I rolled in all 3 rounds so far. I've rolled a 5, by the way, which was weird. this one, I go second, and I draw all engine. So, guess what? If this was another combo deck, I would have probably packed it up right here. But it was Mitsurugi, so the game was playable. Yay! Let's go. Also, the first person ever that I've seen actually genuinely use this mat, which is kind of cool to me. That there's, I mean, I personally don't like it, but I suppose some people do, so that's something. But I thought that was funny.
Ja, das passt.
Alright, so in that point, I'm just praying that it's just a pure Mitsurugi deck and no crazy hybrid stuff is about to happen. So we go Prayers, Tribute Aramasa, which is a good opener in the draw phase. And at that point, I was like, I wonder how well my deck can deal with a Mitsurugi endboard, because if this is, I mean, a full Mitsurugi endboard is still a problem for my deck, right? IP into SP, trap card. Oops, sorry. Trap card. Oversized Dragoon, yeah. What is the card behind Tip? My hand is Black Chaos, the Ritual Monster, Vision, Tip, and Runick Destruction, I think. Skull feels good into this if you can get a Chaos Ritual engrave. I mean, the thing is, like, the Chaos Ritual cards, they outgrind every mid-range deck in the format, right? Like, you can outgrind Mitsurugi, you can outgrind, even Branded gets outgrinded by these cards. So as long as I can get into a grind game, I am fine. All right, Ritual from deck. There's the Murakumo. I remember there's one very important thing that happens on this first turn that makes this game a lot more winnable for me, and I'll show you in a second. So Search Mirror. Bring back Habakiri, tribute Futsu, activate Futsu to search. Add purification.
Genau.
And that's, I mean, this is the big thing that happened. This is the big thing. Some of you guys are probably seeing it already. They forgot to bring back Futsu. This ends up making a big difference because, I mean, you'll see later why, but they forgot to bring, they searched and then they were worried about what they were going to do next and they forgot to bring back the Futsu. And that will end up making a big difference.
Zieht einen jetzt einfach, ne? Genau, wenn er Website ist und der wird ist irrelevant. Ist nur bis zur Endphase, ne? Korrekt. Ja, okay. Ja.
Wenn das fein ist,
So here it's Dynamondo Pass, and the reason why this is big for me, the reason why this is so big for me is because right now I have Runick Destruction in hand. I have Runick Destruction in hand, and they don't have a Mitsurugi monster on the field because they forgot the Futsu. So the trap is not live right now. So if I can snipe the trap with Runick Destruction, I am good, basically. Whereas Dugaris and Charmer Quartet, they did say, it was German, so you probably didn't hear or know what they were saying, but they said they just picked up Mitsurugi, they don't have all the cards yet. It's all good, it's all in, it's just locals, guys. Be nice to people, we're all trying to learn, we all make mistakes. I didn't play perfect this local either, it's fine.
In der Drop is...
And I picked up another Runick card, which is cool. And this is one of the best things that the Radiant Typhoon Vision did all day for me, honestly, because it gets an Ash Blossom out of them here. And Ash Blossom behind that board was definitely something I was worried about, so the Vision basically drawing that card out of their hand for free was really nice.
Ja. Stand by me. Dann hätte ich einmal Black Chaos Effect.
zum Set oder?
Der aktiviert die Trap aus dem Deck.
Cold by Chain, target Black Chaos.
And we get Cold Bite behind the board, so, you know. Ash Cold Bite behind the board is still rough at this point. It's still rough. And I will say, once again, I'll repeat what I said after the previous round. If they brought back the Futsu here, the non-engine would have made this game completely unwinnable for me. And this is also something I keep saying. If these cards are involved, the deck that you play barely matters. Because at that point, when you have Ash Called By behind a board, there is almost no difference between a Mitsurugi deck or an Elf Note deck. Like, if those cards are all there, then every end board is unbeatable. You get recognized as a streamer at locals? I mean, yeah, people know who I am at locals. Also, the fact that I'm wearing a GoPro, you know. So, Ash Called By Droll behind the board, yeah. Yeah. Oh, why did the camera freeze? Hold up. Okay, it goes back to normal. Alright, like, I'll say it. If Ash Droll and Cold Bite behind the board, normally this game is supposed to be unwinnable if they bring back the Futsu, probably. But yeah, here, the thing is, like, the Runick cards in this particular instance, because we kind of have entered a grind game already, the Runick cards are not that bad here into the Droll and Lockbird even. The Droll actually doesn't really do that much here because I can draw next turn with it. So as long as there's no second Ash Blossom, which God forbid, then I can still get into a grind game here and just try to survive to outgrind them eventually. Alright, so here they go. Dynamondo try to tag out into the Futsu, and now because I found out which the trap card was, I am using Destruction here onto the trap, because if the trap stays, I'm not gonna be able to use Fountain next turn. So I have to get rid of it here And if I get lucky, maybe I can snipe a good one-off out of Mitsurugi. Maybe that helps out grinding them with the destruction. But so far, I haven't banished anything important. I hit a second Prayers, which is not bad. Other than that, nothing important. I hit the second Ash Blossom.
Dann End of Main. Okay. Skip ich die Battle.
And now I skip my battle phase and I pass. And essentially the plan here is I have a Runick Fountain. I have a Freezing Curses. This fountain can draw 3 cards. If I can survive this next turn, then maybe I'll be fine. But it is going to be hard, considering that they have the Great Purification in the graveyard now that they can use to bring one back, tribute the Futsu, and go in like that.
Okay. Kenn ich irgendwas in deiner Hand?
Nein.
Okay, dann ziehst du?
Ja.
Drawface?
Ja.
In der Drawface. In der Draw.
Don't forget Dragoon Negate. Yeah.
Purification verbannen?
All right, Purification targets Saji, which bringing back one of the main deck monsters here made me happy about it, or main deck monsters, one of the non-rituals, because that was going to be a very good target for Freezing Curses. What I was scared about was them bringing back Murakumo instantly and tributing the Futsu off, so that when I activate Freezing Curses later, I have to discard another card.
Das geht in der Drawface. Ja, ich überlege, ob ich was chaine. Nee, ist okay.
Dann Special Trinity.
Ja.
Dann Chain 1 Saji. Chain 2 Futsu.
Dann würde ich Freezing Curses auf den aktivieren. Das negiert seinen Effekt und Bench 3.
Okay. Dann Futsu.
Do hit an Aramasa here with the Freezing Curses. Not sure if that's going to matter, but yeah.
Und Special.
Ja, perfekt. Wieder.
Okay, ist fein, ja.
All right, draw 3. And here, I'm already happy I got the Flashing Fire. The Flashing Fire is a good one to have right here, because I do need interruptions. I do need interruptions from the Runicks in order to not die this turn. And I picked up Flashing Fire, which is actually better than usual here, because the Saji is negated. So this Futsu can get popped by the Flashing Fire right now. They can't protect with it right now because it's currently negated. And I even draw a Runick Destruction, which the removal effect isn't that relevant against Mitsurugi, but I can summon something to block attacks, which is cool. So it's good pickups off of the fountain here, plus a Black Chaos for follow-up.
Ja.
Normal summon Fuwa. The Saji, I think, searched Mitsurugi Ritual. And I believe, if I remember correctly, the last card in hand next to the Ritual is a Wosu. No, the Saji was negated. The Saji searched nothing, but the Futsu searched Ritual spell. Yeah.
Ja.
Dann Effekt Tornado. Target Fountain.
2 Handkarten hast du?
Ich hab 2, ja.
Artesia's belly button. Thank you for the 40 months. Appreciate you. Runick gameplay on my anniversary is the best gift I could have asked for. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Alright, so the idea of making Tornado Dragon here is pretty alright. You know, forcing me to use any extra Runicks that I have immediately.
Würde ich Flashing Fire chainen, um den zu zerstören?
Wie ist das mit denen gegen Impuls eigentlich? Oder?
Das kannst du nicht impulsen, weil ich ja nicht den Effekt zum Beschwören benutze.
Okay, no, never mind. The last card in hand is not Wosu. The last card in hand is not Wosu. They kind of... they said, can I impulse that Flashing Fire? And at that point, I was like, okay, they have 2 cards in hand, I think. I think it's 2 cards at least. Yeah, it's 2 cards. They have Mitsurugi Ritual and Impulse. And they asked if they could impulse the Flashing Fire, and I'm like, no, you can't, because I used the effect to destroy, not the effect to special summon. Which tells me, unless it's some crazy kind of bluff, but it tells me that they have Mitsurugi Ritual and Dominus Impulse in hand, which means that if I pop the Futsu, they can't activate the Mitsurugi Ritual anymore because they have nothing to tribute to summon from the deck.
Okay, den zerstörst du?
Ja, und wenn ich die obersten 2.
So I just let them pop my fountain here. I just let them pop my fountain so that I can hold my... I have Black Chaos. I'm perfectly set up for next turn. I have Black Chaos. I have a Runick spell. And I have a Ritual monster, so I can just add back fountain with the Demock and then activate a Runick.
eine Battle-Phase?
Ja.
Angriff?
Ja.
6, 9, glaube ich.
5
5, 9, ja.
The worst case scenario here is if they play Zeus. I guess if they play Zeus, it could be an issue, but then I have I still have a way to play through it, I think.
Runick Destruction zum Special.
All right, they allow. I'm like, it's interesting because it's a very interesting dynamic because they didn't set Impulse and Tornado Dragon gets locked out by Impulse. So the way I care about I do care about resolving my Runick Destruction to summon, but the reason I'm starting with it here is because I have two things I can do basically, right? I can start by summoning Hugin, or I can start by using the Black Chaos to place my Mind Shuffle. If I start with Black Chaos to place the Mind Shuffle, it gets popped by Tornado Dragon though. So the reason I'm starting with the Runick Destruction here is if they decide to impulse it, then they cannot use Tornado Dragon anymore. But by letting this resolve, I now have a Hugin. And having a Hugin means that I can protect my Mind Shuffle from the Tornado Dragon.
Beschwör Hugin. Hugin.
If they set Impulse and use it on this and then Tornado the Mind Shuffle, that would have been good. But then I start with Summon Black Chaos by shuffling back the Magician of Black Chaos. And then I banish both. And they can't do anything about that, right? So it's kind of kind of weird either way. I have a way out either way. If they set the last card in their hand and I just slam down the Black Chaos, I'm also winning.
Effect. This card.
Right?
Yep.
Suche Fountain. Irgendwas on rest? Effect Black Chaos.
And so here, once again, the synergy comes in where I have a Fountain, but I have no other Runick, but I have the Ritual of Light and Darkness cards that can get me a Runick back from the graveyard. It's something that comes up very frequently with this deck, that you don't have a Runick for Fountain, but the Ritual of Light and Darkness cards have a way for you to get there. So Hugin protect Mind Shuffle, and I mean, at this point, I can easily beat Impulse.
Effekt Light and Darkness Ritual zum Zurückenden.
Called by the Grave on Black Chaos was last turn, so it's not there anymore. Yeah, it's not active anymore.
Würde ich den ins Deck mischen, Black Chaos zu beschwören?
Okay.
Dann würde ich die aktivieren zum Ritual beschwören.
Alright, so the reason I did this is because they gave me the read on having Impulse in hand last turn, and I'm summoning the Black Chaos out first, so that if they activate Impulse here, I just chain Mind Shuffle and summon my Ritual monster anyways. So this Impulse is very inconsequential. And so I get my Runick here, and we're all gonna have we're gonna have a great time from here on out.
Aktivier Fountain. Flashing Fire zum Beschwören.
Okay.
Chaining 1, Fountain.
Here, I thought about using Flashing Fire to pop, but then I realized I have a banish on this guy for free anyways with the Dark Magician. So I might as well do the thing where you go summon Gary and then go Fountain Chainlink 1, Gary Chainlink 2, add back the other Fountain from the grave, because I do have one Fountain. This is barely relevant, which is why I said earlier, maybe you don't need 2 Fountains in this deck. You really don't do the looping Fountain thing very often in it. And this is another thing that bothered me about Vision, which is why I'm saying Vision is cuttable. There's a lot of mid-game scenarios where you just draw into Vision, but you have no other quick plays to discard, which makes it very weird. In this case, it's fine, because I can still go for the Celtic Mystic, which is always, whenever I play with this deck, this is my favorite card in it. I love the Celtic Mystic so much.
Normal Summon, Effekt. Zeig dir meine Hand.
And it loads us back up on Runicks.
Werf 2 ab.
Okay.
Dann Vision zum Ziehen.
Honestly, discarding vision there is probably correct, but I'm just addicted to drawing. So the game is this game is over. They have a ritual spell in hand. That's it. And like it's cooked.
Discard Freezing Curses.
This game is definitely won.
Aktivieren eine neue Fountain.
I even went for the second fountain.
Würde Flashing Fire auf den aktivieren zum Zerstören und 2 banishen.
Den hast du aktiviert in meinem Turn?
In deinem Zug habe ich damit den Flug zugeschossen, ja.
Okay, das
Zwei.
Okay.
Fountain.
Stimmt, sehr gut.
2.
Did Runick or Rolad win this though? It was a little bit of both. I mean, they do work together because the Runick cards, like one of the main things that the Runick cards did this game, two things. Number one, Hugin protected Mind Shuffle this turn from the Tornado Dragon. But number two, after I got Ash, Called Bite, and Drolled, the Runick cards made me survive a turn. Right? I activated Fountain and I interrupted them with Runicks to survive a turn. They did do some work this game. The thing that's going to finish it is ultimately the Rollout stuff, but the Runicks did a lot this game.
Handkarte ist mit Sogi Ritual. Okay.
Did you use 2 flashing fires or am I tripping? Possible. Now that you say it, maybe. I could have just used another one to trigger the fountain though. Because I do have multiple in hand, but yeah, maybe.
SP aktivieren auf den Kusanagi.
Yeah, I think I summoned Gary with a flashing fire actually. Yeah, I should have used the freezing curses. Not that it makes a difference. Because I can just use the freezing curses, draw with that, and then use the Magician of Black Chaos to banish the Tornado Dragon face down. But yeah. I think so. I think you're right.
Dann skippe ich meine Battle
My bad.
Ja. In der Standby Phase hätte ich meinen Shuffle-Effekt zum Suchen.
Ist okay. Und dann on Summon-Effekt darf er suchen.
Why didn't the opponent use Dragoon to negate? Guys, it's not that funny when the 10th person says it. I hate to inform you that you are not the first to make this joke because there's a Dragoon on their playmat. I hate to inform you, but we've been watching this for like almost 15 minutes. You are not the first one to make that joke. I'm so sorry.
Suche ich einen Black Chaos, werfe den Skull Arch.
I am so sorry.
Send das, add das.
I just joined. Sorry, no, it's all good. It's ultimately it's a banger joke that's worth making like 10 times. Apparently. Okay, yeah, and I mean, luckily they do see the writing on the wall here. We go to the next game. We put the best friends into the deck, Purulia, Droll, and Sloth, which go in basically every time. And in this matchup, I even put in the Called By and the Talents because it is a more mid-rangey matchup. Normally, those cards are in my deck for going first, but in this particular matchup, I think they're good cards going second. Solid Texture, thank you for the 37 months, and Su Anstreng, thank you for the 12 months. Appreciate both of you. Thank you so much. All right. Can we joke about Firewall? Yeah, but Firewall's just not funny. Sided out the second trap again. Oh yeah. In this game, I think I forgot to side out the second fountain, which I sided out always going second. I think. And in this game, I forgot to side out the second fountain, which is why my numbers didn't really add up. And then I took out, I think, 1 Mind Shuffle. All right, we have Fuba plus Droll, which is awkward, but it's still better than having nothing. So, I mean, can't complain about that. So here's the thing. This is something we can talk about. When you have Fuba and Droll, how do you play it out? Because I think it is a little bit matchup dependent, and also there's a discussion to be had. because you can attempt to shotgun Fuba to bait out Ash Blossom maybe, and then just roll them, which is one way to do it. In this case, the reality is I was like, I kind of just okayed it too quickly when they said stand by main. I didn't really properly think about it. And it puts me in the awkward position of they start with pre-prep, and now what am I going to do, right? Am I going to let it resolve and then just roll and then accept the fact that I have a dead Fuba, which is ultimately what I do in this case. You can do the weird thing where you let the pre-prep resolve and then you go on res, activate Fuba to bait Ash or Called By. And then if they don't do that, you still droll, but then you just lose the Fuba for free, but you had a chance of baiting one of those cards. I decided now at this point when they started pre-prep, I was like, I'll just roll and use the Fuba as a discard later, because, you know. And they have Called By again going first, so it actually works out fine for me here, because they Called By my roll, and I'm like, okay, well now I got Fuba. Works out fine, honestly. Especially since they start with Habakiri. And they don't have Ash. Hog champion. Hog champion, they don't have Ash. Let's go, the game is playable. This is another interesting spot, because I drew Purulia. And I'm like, do I shotgun this Purulia and give them the info? Because the next thing that they do could be normal summoning. But I was 99% sure. I mean, they added the trap card, so I thought to myself, okay, they have the ritual spell in hand, so they're probably going to go ritual spell next from hand, and I'm just going to chain Purulia to that. So I held the Purulia, and I let them activate the ritual, and then I chained the Purulia to it. Ah, and I get a freebie. I get the Kusanagi from hand. Wonderful. And I draw tip. What a day. What a day.
Dann Ritual und vom Deck zu switchen. Oh, sorry.
Alles gut, kein Stress. Kein Stress.
Dann Effekt-Vollzug.
Ja.
More Runicks! Give me more Runicks! And also, the best thing about having your droll Called By is that you can't get drolled again on the next turn. So I already know I'm not getting drolled.
Resolve irgendwas?
Nö.
Dann aktiviere ich Mirror, Target Futsu. Dann Effekt Habakiri.
Ja. Ja.
And I also, I mean, the thing is, I'm feeling pretty good here because of a couple of things. I cannot get, and the things are mainly non-engine related, because the way this turn one has gone, they cannot droll me because they Called By'd it, and they probably don't have Ash because I resolved Fuba. So I think it's pretty good for me. He forgot to reborn again. He did forget to reborn the Habakiri, but this one matters way less because at least they have Futsumura Kumo on board. But yes, it's true. And I draw... Grifo is not the craziest draw here because I have 2 Black Chaos already. So, analyzing this board state, I don't have to be super worried about cards in hand. Because, like I said, unlikely to have an Ash Blossom, and Droll would be negated anyways. So the 2 most dangerous non-engine cards are probably not there. The thing is, I have Runick Destruction, one of these two sets is Great Purification. I could just try to snipe it, but if I hit prayers, it's really bad for me. So that is my main problem here is trying to find the trap, basically. Trying to see where the trap is. So if I can get them to activate prayers, it's a much easier time for me to snipe the trap card. I actually, in hindsight, I don't think I went about this perfectly, but that's the reason why we're going over these matches, is to analyze. But we can see what happens here.
In der Drawphase würde ich einmal Runick Tipp zum Suchen aktivieren.
Wie viele Karten hast du?
6. Mit, also 5 ohne die.
Gegen Runick ist das gar nicht so. Fountain oder Fountain?
Was macht die genau? Wenn du schon ein Walk über ein Monster verkostet und Friedhof und ein Walk-Monster und dann so Schwung zu den
Ich würde Freezing Curses chainen auf den Murakumo.
So here, this is interesting because they go chain Murakumo to force me to discard in order to negate the tip. And I do something that, I mean, I have reasons for this, but I think it's a little awkward. So I chained Freezing Curses onto the Murakumo. My idea was I wanted them to chain prayers. I wanted them to bait into chaining prayers tribute Murakumo. But in hindsight, this will put me into a very awkward position regardless. And the reason is, after these two resolve, I have only one Runick left. So if I search Fountain, if I activate Destruction to bait out or to destroy the trap, I don't have another Runick to trigger the Fountain right away. So I'm not a fan of this play that I made. In my head, at the time, it made sense. But I think I should have just said okay and discarded the duplicate Black Chaos or Grifo for the Murakumo. Is what I should have done, I think.
Okay, dann banish die 3. Die sucht eine und dann banish die eine.
Ist jetzt negiert, oder?
Er ist negiert, ja. Stand by Main.
Ja.
Dann würde ich Black Chaos aktivieren.
So now I've shifted my game plan to trying to bait the trap with the Black Chaos. If this gets negated, it's best case for me, because then I can just Grifo and still have Mind Shuffle.
Ist fein, ja.
Kann mir irgendwie sagen, dass
Genau, oder ich mache genau, wenn du siehst.
But what I'm not willing to do is I'm not willing to activate Mind Shuffle effect into the trap. I was willing to bait with Black Chaos, and they've successfully passed the test of not negating Black Chaos. That was good. But I'm not willing to sacrifice Mind Shuffle, because that's my only way into Chaos plays this turn so far. So right now, my next plan, my next course of action to bait the trap card is I want to activate Fountain, and because the way that the trap card interacts with Fountain and Runics in general is interesting, because it doesn't negate activation. It does not negate activation, meaning that if my Fountain is on the field and if I activate Destruction, if they negate it with the trap card, it still can trigger Fountain because the effect was negated, not the activation. So now my next plan is to bait the trap with Fountain. Because if they negate this with Fountain, I have some pretty cute lines, actually.
3 Karten hast du?
Ja.
Chain Purification.
So they use the trap to negate the Fountain, which is fine. And once again, I want to point out the synergy between Ritual of Light and Darkness and Runick here. I only have one more Runick in hand. So in any other Runick deck, I could not resolve Fountain this turn, because I can activate Destruction, summon Gary, add it back, but then I have no Fountain to no Runick to activate next to the Fountain. Here, the Great Purification destroys the Fountain,
Chain zum Zoom.
and because now my Mind Shuffle resolves, because they use the trap on this, I can get into my Chaos cards, and my Chaos cards will give me my my Fountain back, because I can add it back with the Ritual monster, which is nice.
Deine Hand kenne ich jetzt.
Nur den.
Den? Okay.
Ja.
The worst case scenario here is actually Dominance Impulse in hand. If they impulse my ritual spell, then I'm in trouble.
Sich selber wieder auf die Hand und den hier.
That is the biggest problem for this game plan. But if they do that, if they have impulse on this, then I guess I just summon out Black Chaos and banish their stuff. It's not the worst.
Dann würde ich Light and Darkness Ritual aktivieren. Dann banish ich die 2. Stelle den Magier und hätte Chaining 1 den Magier-Effekt.
Chain 2 Futsu, Target Harakiri.
Ja.
Oh shit, ja.
Aktivier Fountain.
And there's the fountain. It's back.
Aktiviere Runick Destruction. Da überlege ich zum Schießen.
Why do you speak mix English and German? What do you mean? I am German, but I also speak English. And in Germany, we use a lot of English terms when we play Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, we do speak German with each other, but it's just we use a lot of terms from... We just use English terms when we play. That is normal in Germany. We just say stuff like activate or attack or something. We don't say Angriff.
Chain Mindschaft. Okay. Und Troll Black Chaos. Dann resolve dein Press.
Und was macht der?
Ja.
Dann hätte ich Trigger oder hast du?
Ich habe Chaining 1 Fountain.
Okay. Chain 2 Harakiri. Wenn du keinen Chain hast, Chain 3 Sarge.
Ja, keine Chance.
Okay. Okay, dann Sarge. Also die Spreads. Harakiri.
All right, and we have established a board. This thing is like, this game is not over. I can't attack this turn. I can banish some of their stuff. I'm about to draw 3 cards, by the way. Glorious times. But they have a lot of follow-ups still. And the Trap Engrave, so it's not over.
Activated effects.
And I drew 2 Runicks, which is good, but I drew 2 Runicks that I already used.
Okay, dann würde ich den Effekt von Black Chaos aktivieren.
Nee, kein Neuromatch. Ich habe okay.
Dann würde ich banishen den und
ich habe kurz vergessen.
Den und den würde ich banishen.
Face down?
Nee, der nicht face down, der ist face up.
Alright, banish 2 face up with the Black Chaos. And it's an awkward hand that I drew, right? I have 2 more Black Chaos, which I can't summon because you can only summon it once per turn. Actually, this one is summoned from Mind Shuffle, right? I could have summoned a second Black Chaos here. I think. But I haven't normal summoned yet, so I can normal summon the Grifo. I think this is the only game that the Dark comes in.
Dann würde ich den Effekt von ihm aktivieren. Und zwar würde ich versuchen reinzumischen, das hier, die Falle und den...
This is one of the greatest things about Skull Archfiend of Chaos. The fact that you can like shuffle some of yours, some of theirs back is so good. Just freaking take that card, put it back into the deck because it's an important resource for them next turn in the graveyard. Just get it out of there. It's so good.
Dann würde ich normal. Dann würde ich in Dark gehen.
Ah,
Dark
up with YouTube lately. Maybe an anima for the times where you normal summon Grifo is a nice addition. It would have been nice here because they played into the zone. Yeah, I would have been able to out the Saji for free.
Und SB Target den hier. Nur bei Zerstörung jetzt.
Okay, alright.
Skull Archfiend is honorary Ishizu Shuffler. I mean, it is significantly worse than that because it's not a quick effect, but it is really, really good. Yeah.
Drawface. Prayer sagt die
Why not banish Kusanagi here? I can. I'm just worried about the Murakumo on the field a little more right now. Haven't played TCG in a bit. What's the best way to deal with Mind Shuffle? Fallen at the Virtuous is good. Ghost Ogre is good. Those are the best ones, probably. You do have to be careful because the Ritual Monster can protect it, though. But those are the most common, like, ways to...
Ich muss erstmal chainen oder nicht. Also du willst nichts tributieren? Nein. Okay, dann überlege ich.
At this point, they're activating prayers with no tribute. Probably to just add back Kusanagi. The deck is getting relatively thin. So I think I end up just chaining Destruction to pop this here because I'm not sure I'm going to get many other opportunities to use Destruction.
Ich würde Mind Shuffle Chain suchen.
Okay.
Ja.
Genau, dann zahle ich 8
I lied, I didn't chain it. I thought I did. I think I do it later.
Kusanagi Special.
Target.
Target Futur.
Chaining 2, ja. Cent verkostet.
Der macht jetzt Zufeder was?
Der würde einen Ritualmonster suchen jetzt, ja.
Das würde ich Ash.
Das würdest du Ash.
Pure Mitsu looks chill in TCG. Pure Mitsu is completely chill in TCG, yeah. Pure Mitsu is a very, very cool deck to have in the format. The problem with Mitsu was never the pure deck. It was always the splashability in other decks, which is unfortunate. Josh handwriting live reveal. I mean, it's not a reveal because this is not new, but my handwriting is not very pretty, yeah.
Dann wird die oberste Deckkarte bei dir gewünscht. Eine.
Und Kusanagi?
Der ist negiert und dann Kusanagi nimmt den Fuß wieder auf die Hand, ja. Ja, dann habe ich erstmal nichts.
Wie viele Antragen hast du?
4.
This is a very cool interaction that's about to happen. So they have 6 cards in hand, but they still have less cards than I do in total. So they're gonna go for Exiton Knight here, and I have the freezing curses for it, and that was my first instinct, was to activate freezing curses on it. But then I realized, like, this Exiton does nothing, and it like guarantees that I survive. And like the reason it does nothing is you'll see here. I think about chaining the freezing curses to it, but I decide not to in the end. I just add back my Black Chaos to hand and summon out the Magician of Black Chaos, and it only pops the SP. It literally only pops the SP, which I couldn't chain because if I chain the SP, I can't chain Mind Shuffle. But like, this is unaffected because it doesn't target and it protects the other one. So this Exiton just says destroy SP Little Knight and you cannot deal damage this turn. So I'm taking that trade. I'm like, I cannot die and you just kill my SP. Okay.
Okay, solange liegt.
Genau. Dann on-summon Effekt.
And I mean, I'm chilling here. I'm chilling here. No damage. No damage. I got hella follow-up. They are struggling because a bunch of their stuff is banished. They still have a lot of cards in hand, though, so the game is not over. The game is not over.
Von der Hand eine Ritualbeschwörung so.
Ich würde Destruction Chain auf die hier.
Here, yeah. I chain this here because they say ritual summon from hand. So I'm assuming that they want to tribute from deck, maybe. So I'm like, you know what? At this point, their deck is getting low. I don't think I need destruction this game anymore. I want to cycle through my Runicks anyways. Let's just banish 4. Maybe I hit the thing that they were going to tribute.
Okay. Dann Banish.
But I hit, I think, only non-engine. Yeah, I hit Ash, Crow, Impulse, and Ragged Record, so nothing important. And I think they were planning to tribute from hand, summon from hand anyways. Yeah, tribute Murakumo, summon Murakumo.
Chain 1 Mirror, weil ich einen provoziert habe.
Nee, nur vom Feld. Bei Mirror geht nur vom Feld.
Okay, dann
Also lies nochmal nach zur Sicherheit, aber ich bin mir ziemlich sicher, dass es so war.
kann sein, ja. Ich habe das vorhin auch angefangen.
Ja, alles gut.
Yeah, they try to activate Mirror here, but Mirror only works if you tribute one that you control.
Ob ich Murakumos Effekt nutze. Effekte Murakumo.
Ja.
Also solange ich überlege, welches solange solange das Deck überhaupt nie braucht.
Dann, und Summer, der ist wieder unaffected, ne?
Der wäre unaffected, ja genau.
Okay, dann nutze ich seine Effekte.
Yoda Cam, thank you for the 30 months. Appreciate
Nee,
you.
du hast angefangen mit dir.
Okay, dann würde
Thank you so much.
Ja.
ich Zeit noch 3-2.
Freeze.
And here we are protecting the Magician of Black Chaos with our life. We are summoning Sleipnir, the Runick main, to draw 3 cards with Fountain and protect the Magician at all costs.
Die 3.
Have to discard 1 for Murakumo, but it's fine.
Und dann würde ich den Effekt auf den Murakumo aktivieren. Also während deiner Battlephase kann ich ihn selber und die banishen bis zur Endphase.
Sleipnir in this economy. Hey, leave my boy Sleipnir alone.
Dann Main Phase 2.
Jo.
Leave my boy Sleipnir alone.
Hast du überhaupt eine Normal Summon benutzt?
Nein. Der Kusanagi war von Prayers.
Und Normal Summon?
Ja, Effekt.
Kein Effekt. Kann ich kurz sagen,
Ja, klar.
Even Sleipnir got invited and I was not. I'm sorry, Runick Smiting Storm. Dude, in the TCG, I hate to tell you this, but if I wanted to add more Runicks to this deck, I would play more copies of Dispelling. I think Dispelling in Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is actually a decent interruption.
Nimm auf Hand und beschwöre stattdessen.
Okay. Dann würde ich 2 Karten setzen.
Did you show or will you show the deck list? We did look at the deck list earlier, yes.
Dann zieh ich.
This Sleipnir should be in defense.
Selber Main.
I forgot which position I banished it in, but not that it matters.
Ich würde
I mean, here, once again, this is a game state that in controlling matchups with this deck, you do reach them fairly often, but this game is over. Like there's no world in which they, from this position with this many banished cards, outgrind me. It is impossible. It just cannot happen. But I do need to make sure I can finish it in the proper amount of time because we are over 40 minutes into the round, and I do need to win this game and I still have to skip a battle phase.
Du hast wie viele Karten?
6 andere noch.
6 andere noch.
But I mean, look, I've got 3 Runicks in hand. My field is here. My engine is online for Chaos as well. I've got a called by on top of everything. Like the game is over. The game is over.
Chain SP, Target SP und Black Chaos.
Chain Sleipnir targets sich selber und SP.
The reason, by the way, why I didn't start with Black Chaos to banish 2 cards, but instead I start with the Ritual Spell is right now I don't have a Ritual Spell engrave, which means that my Black Chaos is affected. And they have the Mitsu Trap, and I don't want my Black Chaos to get negated by the Mitsu Trap. I want my banishes. I want my banishes, and I will get them. So I activate the Light and Darkness Ritual, they chain SP, I chain Sleipnir onto the SP to make sure that they can't banish.
Chain Murakumo?
No response.
Okay.
Resolve.
Resolve, ja.
They chain Murakumo to force me to discard, which I can gladly discard a card.
Ein Flashing Fire, damit das hier resolved. Das nimmt die SP raus, deswegen bleibt der Black Chaos liegen.
And here I can do the thing that I mentioned earlier. I banished their SP, and this is very fun. Whenever you do this, this is peak. I banished their SP with my Sleipnir, so in the end phase it would come back. But I'm going to be putting it back into their deck with the Skull Archfiend of Chaos. It's not going to stay banished,
Dann resolved mein
so they don't get it back,
Da banish ich
which is fun.
Black Chaos vom Friedhof, um den zu beschwören. Und dann hätte ich On Summon Effekt, um eine Spell vom Grave auf die Hand zu nehmen.
Kann ich kurz schauen?
Ja. Der ist out, der
SP Regained is back. It's almost as good as SP Regained, but you don't draw a card. Okay, they say they activate Purification here, but I tell them this is unaffected because this doesn't target, so they can take it back.
Also du kannst es machen, wenn du den gerne tributieren möchtest jetzt, aber das wäre alles unaffected.
Ja, ja, nee, dann ist fein.
Dann nehme ich das hier. Irgendwas on Rest. Perfekt.
Darauf kann ich aber chainen, ne?
Du kannst chainen, aber er ist auch unaffected, jetzt weil ich die Ritualsbildung Grave habe.
Okay, dann mache ich es so. Chain Purification.
Ja, ja.
Und dann noch Chain.
Ja.
Genau.
Ohne Tribut?
Ohne Tribute.
Ja, ist okay.
Dann mit Prayers. Der erste wurde nicht geschwungen. Special zahle ich 800.
Ja, dann bin ich die 2.
Okay.
Nee, den. Der zieht nicht, der bin ich.
Genau, die und?
Die.
Die, okay. Und New Chain, also Effekt.
I mean, yeah, it's cooked.
Okay.
I don't even think you need. I don't even need to call by this Murakumo. They can search and then I destroy it with flashing fire. Or just banish it face down. There's a million ways. It might even be better. But I think there's another cool thing I do here, which is I recycle. I think I recycle my SP as well with the Skull Archfiend so that I can summon another SP this turn to banish the Kusanagi to just make sure that I outgrind them. Which, I mean, if there was any doubt that I was outgrinding them, I guess I'm gonna SP the Kusanagi to make sure that I'm outgrinding.
Ganz kurz schauen. Ich kann den, glaube ich, nicht aktivieren. Ah, nee, habe ich doch nicht. Okay, dann Effekt.
Okay.
Chaining 2. Left Destruction Deck.
2, ne?
Fountain.
When are we getting new Runick support? I don't know. I think I don't think we are getting new Runick support. I think unfortunately I have come to terms with the fact that I am in the minority when it comes to liking Runicks.
Und zwar würde ich einmal deine SP.
I know I'm not alone, but I am certainly. We are the Runick enjoyers are the minority. I know that much.
Der kommt wieder.
Okay.
This is such a cool Skull Archfiend of Chaos. Put back my SP from the graveyard. Put back their SP from the banished pile so they don't get it back from the Sleipnir. And recycle another engine card. Peak Skull Archfiend.
Die SP wieder machen und dein.
And then remake the SP to banish their Kusanagi.
Zurückkommen. Jetzt wieder zurück.
You cannot outgrind me on this deck. There's no way. There's no way. If we get into a grind game, this deck wins.
Dann skippe ich meine Battleface und in der Endphase kommt er zurück.
Alles klar, verzicht.
Ja.
Der ist geil.
Yeah, and then they scoop it. This was a very fun match. I enjoyed that, and one of the reasons why it was so enjoyable was because they played a mid-range deck when they went first. You know, they didn't like FTK me, because if this was Elf Note or something, then it would not have looked this way. So I'm happy about that. I'm happy we got that in, and that meant we were 2-1. We had one more round to go. Last round of Swiss. Also a familiar face. I mean, not face for you guys because the face is not seen on camera, but someone I've played against before. And they were playing Blitzkrieg last time we played. So let's see.
7. Das höchste, was ich heute gewürfelt habe. Oh.
And I think this is a dice roll win. So overall I went, yeah, this is a dice roll win. So overall I went 2-2 in dice rolls. 2-2 in dice rolls in 4 rounds.
Ah, Jan.
50%, which is, you would think that's average, but for me that's above average. So that was a success.
Fang alle an, fang alle an.
Gnoa God, thank you for the 45 months. Appreciate the prime. Rolat can do so many cool things, and people banish their towers for a Dark Magician of Destruction. Yeah, dude, it's criminal, but yeah. Do not watch. Yeah, I have one tip for you. Do not go back and watch the game 3 of round 2. Do not watch it.
Okay.
Okay, going first, we draw a couple of the bricks of the Rolat deck, but ultimately still is a solid hand. Yeah, it's a solid hand. 2 Runicks, ragged Records of Rights, but it's pretty decent.
In der Draw Phase. Zum Special.
Technically, the ritual spell is not even a bad discard for a Hugin because it does have a graveyard effect. But the thing is, like, most of the time you're getting this card into the graveyard anyways. So yeah, doesn't feel the greatest to discard it, but it's all right. All right, Hugin gets Fountain. That was already the most important step, I felt like, because it meant that, you know, there's no... they didn't ash Hugin, and I have Fountain plus a Runick in hand, so I'm happy about that. Next thing that's on the menu is checking for Droll and Lockbird with the Ragged Wreckers of Rights. Probably Grief or Black Chaos here. Normally you always... This is also something that's different about this deck. Normally you would usually just go for Grifo because Grifo plays around Ghost Ogre by not placing the card face up. In this version, you can go for Black Chaos because the Hugin can protect the Mind Shuffle from Ghost Ogre. So it's... yeah, it's not that big of a difference usually, but it's interesting.
Effekt Mind Shuffle. Discard Effekt. Kosten.
Which playmat does the opponent have? That is the Vanquish Soul playmat. It was a participation mat at some event. I think it was Euros or Nationals? I don't remember. Like last year. It was a participation mat, I think at Euros, but I might be wrong. It's pretty cool. They were a Vanquish Soul player before too. This is I've played against them on camera before. This is our first opponent from the locals that I played with Malice. Or did I wear the camera for that? I don't remember. It was definitely... I think for the Malice locals, there was one round I didn't record, the first round, because I arrived relatively late. I didn't record the first round, and I think that was against him. It was Vanquish Soul against Malice. I don't know if we had that on camera though.
Den und den zerstören und Effekt. Mit die wieder auf die Hand. Wir stehen wieder rein.
Okay, dann
Chaos-Engel. Fountain.
Here I'm making Chaos Angel. Because here I didn't resolve the Celtic Mystic, so I'm not locked into one extra deck summon. So I actually can summon with the Freezing Curses and draw with the Fountain and then still make IP Masquerade. But this is a little awkward. This is what I meant earlier with opening up your extra monster zone in this deck is really, really weird because you just... like, it's just make Chaos Angel, which is a very passive thing to make. It doesn't really feel that great to make it. But it's not bad.
Chaining 1 Fountain zum Ziehen, Chaining 2 Hugin zum Suchen.
And this is why, like, the second Fountain comes up so rarely because this play is so awkward. And here, once again, Vision being drawn. It's an awkward spot. Vision being drawn, but no other quick play spells. Not the greatest opener, I would say, but we do some recycling with the Skull Archfiend of Chaos, bring it back, and now honestly, do I go for the IP Masquerade with the Chaos Angel or the Skull Archfiend here? Because I'm wondering, okay, I do use the Skull Archfiend, but I'm thinking, you could make an argument to make it with the Chaos Angel, because the Skull Archfiend being on the field means I can link it off under Mind Shuffle. But I actually I don't have the BLS in hand yet. Yeah, I don't know.
In Draw Phase hätte ich Mind Shuffle. Effekt. Send und Suche. Ja, ist fein. Genau. Hast doch schon wieder Blitz.
Alright, Normal Summon Sword Ryziel tells me that it probably is Blitzclick again.
Normal Summon Sword is fine.
At least I think that's the only deck that really plays the Ryziel cards right now. Are the overframe Starlight? Yeah, I got very lucky. I pulled the more expensive one of the two, the Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos. And then I decided to get the other one too. But yeah.
Komisch, was hier passiert jetzt.
And it's weird here. They target my IP Masquerena with the aggregator. And I'm like, I mean, I am going to chain it. I am going to chain it. So I just link off my Chaos Angel. It's not like the Chaos Angel is a good endboard piece.
So, ja, SP würde ich triggern. Den Ext.
Banish Ext, because Ext is limited, right? But Sword is at 2. So get rid of the Ext.
Wenn schon nach Retro spielst.
Bro, du sagst gar nichts.
Nee.
Du spielst Kombo-Haufen des Todes. Du sagst mal gar nichts, Bro.
Denk dran, worüber wir gestern geredet haben.
Willst du mal catchen?
Kleinen Second.
All right, and this is an interesting interaction where they activate Detonator and I chain SP Little Knight. And what they're supposed to do here is chain Detonator, pop my Magician of Black Chaos, because I cannot dodge that. If I bounce it back to my hand with Mind Shuffle, they just pop the Mind Shuffle with the Detonator, right? Because at that point, the Magician of Black Chaos is not on the field, right? They can't pop my Fountain, they can't pop my Face Down because this guy's here. But if they chain this on this, it's rough for me because I can't dodge that with Mind Shuffle. Otherwise, I lose my Mind Shuffle.
Chain SP, sich selber und ihn.
Luckily for me, my opponent makes a little bit of an oopsie here by chaining Detonator onto the SP Little Knight, forgetting the fact that my SP was made with IP. So I'm getting to out the Detonator here either way. They cannot prevent that. But they are trying to prevent it by popping my SP, which allows me to keep my Magician on the field to have a Mind Shuffle disruption later on. But still,
Dann geht die raus.
these Ryziel cards are... These Ryziel cards were pretty good at baiting some of my interruptions, and I don't have much left. I mean, look at what I have. I have a BLS Banish from the Mind Shuffle, and that's it. I got no... I mean, they don't know this, but I have no Runicks in hand. I have a set Radiant Typhoon Vision that I have no quick plays in hand for. I don't have a lot of interruption, and their hand is good. They got the field spell,
Ein, ne?
and that is a pretty good one. And I mean, the thing is, like, they have a couple cards left in hand, but I ultimately still decide to chain Mind Shuffle here to try and banish this, because the deck is very 2-card combo heavy, right? Like, it's a very 2-card combo focused deck, and this is the best piece in the combos usually. So I try to banish it here with the BLS, but they do have Fallen and the Virtuous as well. And so here, essentially, the Fallen and the Virtuous means I have 0 interruptions, is what it means. And here I make a very risky decision that I may or may not regret in the end, but it's going to be a lot of fun to do because we're doing some gambling now. I got 0 interruptions right now. I decide to fire off the Radiant Typhoon Vision because I think if they can play here and I have 0 to do, like, they will pop my entire board and my hand is not the greatest to play back into them, I will attempt to activate it and draw 2. Here's the thing. This can go a couple of different ways, right? I can draw, I mean, obviously, worst case, I draw 0 quick play spells and I discard my hand and I lose the game. Right? That can happen. If I draw 1 quick play spell and 1 other card, then it's fine. I just discard the quick play spell, but I still have 0 interruption and I probably lose. But the best case scenario is I draw 2 quick play spells, including a Runick, and I can pop off, right? That's the best case scenario. And that is, in my opinion, that's the only scenario in which I win this game. Like, if they have a good hand here, if I keep the vision set, I will lose. If I activate the vision and I discard, I will lose as well. But if I activate the vision and I draw 2 Runicks, then I'm in a good spot. So I decide to fire it off here because I think the other situation is losing, so I'm willing to take the risk here. Of course, normally, if they had a bad hand or something, I would never be willing to do this. But I am willing to do this in a dire spot like this, where I have 0 interruptions and they got like 4 cards in hand to pop off with.
Zum Ziehen?
1 Runick, 2 Runicks. It's that simple. I don't know why you would be worried or anything like that. It's that easy, guys.
Nee. Ja, ist ein Token, ne? Ja.
Okay, I will say this next thing. I was a little, after drawing double Runick with that vision. I was a little lightheaded. I think I misplayed this next thing because what I'm doing. I mean, misplay is the wrong word, but I got greedy. Okay, I'll admit it. I got greedy. Because here's the thing, right? Blitzclick. They searched the Blitzclick spell trap destruction guy, right? The Grain, I think is what he's called. And the way that all of these Blitzclick guys work is it targets a spell trap and you try to pop it. And if you do, you can special summon one from hand, right? So if you prevent the destruction with Hugin, if you protect your spell trap with Hugin, this cannot summon itself to get your bodies onto the field, right? So what I can do here, I have a guaranteed way to interrupt them, or I have like a greedy way to interrupt them, which is I can let them activate the Grain, chain the Runick I just drew to summon Hugin, protect my fountain, the Grain will not summon, they won't trigger their stuff, and I then draw cards with the Runick fountain, right? That is the non-greedy way to go about it. The greedy way to go about it is to activate the spelling, force them to randomly discard a card, then draw with fountain, and then just draw another Runick to still do the same thing. I'll just protect with the next Runick. But the payoff is I get a free hand rip. I get a free hand rip, and I see I get greedy here. I'm like, if I just draw another Runick, then I can just protect with that. So let me get the hand rip real quick. Which I think in hindsight this was incorrect. I should have just saved this to protect my fountain from the Grain. Make sure they can't pop with it, because at that point it becomes they have no normal summon. So it becomes so much harder for them to trigger all of their effects, I think. And I hit one of the trap cards, which it does have. I think it does have a graveyard effect. Luckily for me, this is not Alternator, though. This is Return Stroke. Alternator is the one that searches just a card for free when it's in the graveyard. So luckily for me, it wasn't that one. And also, on top of that, this is something you may have missed, but there was an incredible display of skill just now. I hit the one of Emmy, which is a one of in the deck, and they really need it in rotation. And I banished it with the dispelling, so that was goated.
Cool.
And I get punished for my greed. Yes, I get punished for my greed. I didn't draw another Runick, and now I can't protect from the Grain. But also, there's a world in which I can discard the Grain. That would have been really good too, right? They only have 4 cards in hand. I have a 25% chance to discard the Grain, and I have a high chance to draw a Runick as well. So I honestly, I don't even know if the greedy play is incorrect here. The greedy play might be fine, but it didn't work out for me. I didn't hit the Grain, and I didn't draw a Runick, which is kind of bad. Can you Grifo here? I can still Grifo, and honestly, the thing is, like, I still have a lot of cards in hand, and they are down to just 3 cards, and they don't have Emmy. So I honestly, as long as I can survive here, I'm fine. And Grifo has another effect, right? I can use Grifo to dodge damage. So that's one of the things I'm thinking about here. Is like I can save Grifo to keep my life points intact, right? So they end up going Grain, summon Grain to pop the fountain, then activate Breakaway to place Alternator effect to search. And that searches the Surge. Okay, here I have a question. Is this Whisker smart? Or like, was the way that this was played smart? Because I haven't played Blitzclick before, but if you have Whisker and Surge in hand, isn't it technically better to not use Surge? Just use Whisker, summon both, pop the token, because then Surge gets an add as well? Right? Or am I missing something? Or does Whisker have to pop the same number? Does Whisker have to pop the same number of cards that you summon? Does it have to pop 2? Up to. Okay, so instead of going Surge to pop the token and then summon Whisker separately, we can just go Whisker, summon both, pop, and then Surge gets to add 1, right? Yeah, I was thinking that in that moment. But I think it doesn't make a huge difference here. Because I have the Grifo, I actually don't think I can die. I think because Whisker negates, but Whisker doesn't negate effects in hand, right? So it cannot negate Grifo.
Okay.
And here, this is one of the reasons why the matchup is so hard for Blitzclick against Rolad or against Chaos Ritual. Like, the board that they make, the Ritual deck just plays into it so well. And I mean, look, first of all, I got Crazy Follow-Up. I've got Archfiend in the grave. I got the Ritual Spell in the grave. But, like, I'm gonna go ahead and summon a freaking Black Chaos into this board, and it's just, what do they do about it, man?
Muss Donner sein, vorhin kenne ich. Die ist nur das mit dem Reinschaffen und Suchen. Ne?
Du verlierst pro Donnermanns 300 Icon. Wenn ihr im Grave ist, steht es weg zum Vanishen und dann vom
And I can add Runick back from the graveyard with the Magician.
Grifo aktivieren. Da dürftest du ja nichts machen können jetzt, oder? Wenn ich die Karte jetzt richtig verstanden habe. Das kommt ja von der Hand, oder? Achso, ja, stimmt. Deswegen war also. Ja, das ist.
Alright, end phase, I get my Mind Shuffle out there, which I cannot use to search. Right now, I cannot add with it because I already did, but I cannot draw into it either. Draw a Runick spell off the top, which is obviously helpful. And then we just go main phase, and I think first action, it's so good. First action, shuffle 1 ritual from your hand into the deck, summon Black Chaos. It's so good, man. Swap, unaffected, non-target banish 2. What are they gonna do, man? Non-target banish 2, dude. That card is so good when you play into boards.
Einfach auf die Hand geben, sonst nichts. No response. Target back row. Chain SP auf sich selber und Whisker. Das geht.
This, I'm not sure if this works. I let them do it because I knew I was going to win the game anyways. But I'm not 100% sure you can do that. Like shuffling back a card that's already marked to be sent for the graveyard. I'm not 100%. I know that Alternator shuffles back any Blitzclick card, but it's not about that. It's about the fact that you can't really, you can't. What is it? It's the ruling. It's a ruling from way back in the day about returning cards to the hand or deck that are already activated and are marked as they are going to be sent for the graveyard. Like for example, when you activate a spell card, you cannot chain a card to bounce it back to the hand. That does not work. And like, or like if your opponent activates a spell, you cannot activate Phoenix Wing Wind Blast to put it back onto the deck. That does not work. And so I was pretty sure that's how it worked. But at the same time, I didn't want to force them to not do it and then maybe like lose the game because of it. Because I was pretty sure that I was going to win regardless. And I wasn't 100% sure on the ruling, but I was pretty sure you can't do that. I was pretty sure you can't do this, but I wasn't 100%. So I was like, when I'm playing local, like of course at a bigger tournament you would just call a judge, but at locals I was just like, when in doubt, I'll just give it to you in favor of you. I don't want to be. I'd rather be correct, and then have it be done incorrectly. Than I'd rather be what's the word? I'd rather be correct and then have it still be done incorrectly than be incorrect and have them do it and force them to do it my way. You know what I mean?
Aber muss ein Monster sein.
Muss ein Monster sein. Ja, no response.
Why did you not call a judge? Brother, it's locals. We don't have one. We just vibe there.
Die Backrow ist getoppt und Black Chaos resolved. Dann banish ich die Set Fallen. Der Alternate liegt noch, oder? Der liegt noch. Dann die banish Face Up. Fallen würde ich nehmen, ja. Und den... Du hast jetzt Whisker und Search wieder, ne? Also Pop 2 quasi. Theoretisch. Ja, den Alternator würde ich banishen. Okay, Rest irgendwas?
Ja.
Dann hätte ich Skull Archfiend Effekt. Und zwar würde ich zielen. Anygrave und Banish. Ich würde meinen Shuffle nehmen, den Whisker, der mit am Ende Endphase zurückkommen wird. Ja, die dürfen da bleiben. Und.
Yeah, I mean, look at this follow-up, right? I got a hand with 4 cards. I'm about to bring back Skull Archfiend. Shuffling back some stuff. Shuffling back, once again, same thing. SP banished their Whisker. So I'm gonna put the Whisker into the deck so they can't get it back in the end phase. I can add 2 cards back with the Light and Darkness Ritual. Like, I'm chilling. They have Whisker in hand with a Surge, but I don't know what they can do with that, really.
Ist fein, ja.
Are you not a judge? No, I'm not a judge.
Ich würde einen Haggard Lizard Dose machen und Effekt von Skull Archfiend aktivieren.
Das ist Two-Card Combo, ne? Das ist der ganze Mich hast du komplett gestoppt.
Rest fine? Ja.
You do judge people that play Archmage, though? That's true. Actually, I am a judge. I am a judge in some way, yeah. I'm a little bit of a judge myself, yeah. I judge people that play combo decks for sure, all the time. Drew a second Fuwa, Park Champion.
Effekt zum Zurückenden? Dann aktiviere ich Light and Darkness Ritual.
So, weil eins zerstört wurde.
Ist okay? Und banish ich Black Chaos.
Banish Black Chaos to summon this guy out. This guy's important because it protects my back row from the Whisker. And my Fountain is protected from the Whisker now. Otherwise, the Whisker would just protect my Fountain. We don't want that. Add the Ritual spell back with the Demog. Have no Runicks again, though. Right? Wait, no, I have a Flashing Fire, I think.
Mein Shuffle. Dann würde ich meinen Shuffle aktivieren. Genommen habe ich noch nicht. Mit Celtic Mystic.
And we can just discard those Charmies for Mind Shuffle and for Celtic Mystic. And we are slowly but surely, as always, marching into full control over the game. Reveal the entire hand, draw 3. Now we've got 3 Runicks. Even discard 1. That was not necessary. I could have kept Destruction. That was a good Destruction. I think discarding Ragged Records was probably better. But... Can Hugin protect if she gets destroyed at the same time? No. You cannot use a effect that to protect the other card because Hugin says destroy. You can banish her instead, but you cannot do instead when it's already being destroyed.
Der kann nicht durch Kampf zerstört werden und wenn was durch Kampf zerstört, kann ich nochmal angreifen. Und wenn beschworen wird, bench gerade. Und er kriegt 1/5 Angriff, wenn was im Kampf zerstört. Dann.
The Whisker could still destroy Fountain? No, not with the Magician of Black Chaos. That is not a substitution protection. That is just they can't be destroyed. Those are different. If that was Hugin, if I had Hugin here and they go Whisker and they can pop 2 cards and they try to pop Hugin and Fountain at the same time, that would work, yes. But with this guy, it's different.
Ich mein Main Phase beenden wollen. Skippe ich meine Battle Phase wegen den Runicks und dann ist Endphase.
Yeah, I mean it's this deck is really good against Blitzclick.
Ja. Zum Suchen.
They do have some stuff here. They do pop their own detonator with the Whisker, which I didn't know was possible, but that triggers the search to add. And I can't freezing curses this, right? Because if I freezing curses this, they just bounce it back to hand with Whisker.
Darauf würde ich mein Shuffle chainen. Und dann würde ich Flashing Fire chainen, um den zu zerstören und 2 zu banishen.
That's not how Whisker works.
Okay, 2 werden gebanished.
Wait, is it not?
Dann Resolve.
Oh, Whisker is only monsters. Oh, then I could have just freezing curses this. I thought Whisker was anything except from the hand.
Fountain.
Okay, my bad.
Dann immer noch in der Endphase.
Double tip off the top, dude.
Rain auf der Hand. Da wird eine gebanished bei Tipp.
Double tip off the top in the end phase, so I can activate one now and activate one later. Pog champion.
Ja.
Standby. Main.
Very nice.
Fallen Target. Kosten.
Chain mein Shuffle. Special BLS. BLS.
ELS on wrong side of the field again. Ah. That was game 1. That was a fun one. I enjoyed that a lot. That was cool. I mean, I kind of had full control over it the entire time. Actually, no, I lied. I did not have full control over this the entire time. I got very lucky with the vision. I needed to draw 2 Runicks or I think I lose there. Probably. Yeah, no, actually not everything in control. It was very Gamba heavy, this game. Game 2, I got lucky too. I'll admit it. You'll see in a second why. If it loads. Opening hand is good. We have Pot of Sloth. We have Mind Shuffle again. I mean, I'm used to that at this point. But we can put Mind Shuffle back with Pot of Sloth. I think if you go back and watch all these games, I think I drew Mind Shuffle more often than Grifo, which something does not add up in terms of the numbers there, but sure. Set 2 pass is, yeah, I mean.
Auch ein gutes zweites, sagt er. Zieh. Standby Main.
Standby würde ich schon mal stoppen.
Das ist der Spell Negate. Wenn du was dafür tust?
Wenn ich einen Blitzwing-Monster kontrolliere, was?
You gonna play Master Duel after this? Okay. Not today. Not today. All right, Ash the Pot of Sloth. Ash the Pot. And here, honestly, I mean, my hand is crazy, of course, and they didn't have a play, so they probably have non-engine. But I was hesitant to go Talons to look at hand right away because their hand just seems to be bad, right? So in my mind, it was like, why would I activate Talons at hand when their hand is bad? I can just Talons to draw 2. This is probably just me being addicted to drawing. I should probably just Talons look at hand to make sure they don't have Droll and Lockbird. Is probably what I should do. But at the same time, it's like, if their hand is bad, and I just go Talons to draw 2, then the Droll is, like, it doesn't really hurt me because their hand is still bad. So what I end up deciding to do, which I'm not sure is the correct thing to do, what I end up deciding to do here is I end up activating Ragged Records of Rights first, to search, to check if they have Droll. And if they have Droll, I'm going to take the other card out of their hand, the last card out of their hand, so they're on 0 cards, and Blitzkrieg is a 2-card combo deck, so I'm probably fine. Yeah, well, I'm not sure if that's correct. Also, yes, you could make the assumption that if they had Droll, they would probably let Pot of Sloth resolve. That is also a fair assumption to make, yes. And so, yes, I do not get Drolled here. I do not get Drolled here, and so I hold the Talons to see what happens later. But now I face another issue here, which is a little awkward, because if I activate Grifo and place Mind Shuffle, it's very bad into Fallen and the Virtuous if this is set, which is not an unlikely card for them to have. I mean, their hand had 5 unplayable cards. There is a high likelihood of there being, I mean, this is Fallen and the Virtuous or Blitzkrieg Alternator, most likely, right? Could be, of course, could be something like Solemn Judgment as well, but it could easily be Fallen and the Virtuous. And so I don't want to activate Grifo, place my Mind Shuffle and then get hit by Fallen into Virtuous. But I also don't want to go Talon's draw before I activate Grifo, because if I draw the second Mind Shuffle, it's a disaster. I could actually lose the game off of that because then my hand is so slow. Ultimately, I decide now to activate the Destruction, popping the face down first, just in case it's Fallen into Virtuous. Which is also somewhat risky because it could be Alternator, which gives them free follow-up, essentially, right? And it is Alternator, which is not great for me. I banish 4. I hit nothing important here. But at least now I know there's no Fallen into Virtuous for my Grifo, and they also don't have Ash anymore because they already used Ash on Pot of Sloth. So I'm like, okay, this Mind Shuffle is probably resolving. And I still do all of this before drawing with Talents because there are other things I really don't want to draw. I don't want to draw the Ritual monsters. I don't want to draw the Ritual spell because I already have one in hand. So I really want to deck thin first before I activate Talents to draw. But ultimately here, because I already have a guaranteed... I have guaranteed plays already, so maybe it was correct to just Talents look at hand. But I wanted to draw. So, yeah. Should have summoned Hugin for Fountain. That would have taken care of FNV. That would have also been a neat option, yeah. I don't remember if I had a reason to not do that, but that seems like a good thing to do, yeah. Maybe it was just that. Maybe that was a good middle ground.
Das eine, ja. Spiel nicht irgendwie. Unfassbar. Alternator sucht den Spell, ne?
And here, once again, really cool. Fountain, no other Runicks, but I'm gonna go the Demog Ritual to add back Tip, which puts more Runicks in rotation, gives me Interruption, lets me draw cards. It's pretty cool. Banish Grifo, and I mean, we're not doing much here, but it doesn't matter. Like, we are completely chill. Add back Tip. Now we can banish this face down. And I mean, the thing is, like, the game from here on out is not that interesting, I'll admit, because they just bricked. I mean, they get into the game here somewhat because I put the Alternator into the graveyard for them, which I target here with the Skull Archfiend, but they of course chain it. And they get into the game somewhat, but at this point I'm already so established that it doesn't really matter anymore. They were just too slow because they bricked.
Mountain. Set 1. Dann würde ich meine Battleface skippen. Und dann bist du. Ja. 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 Darauf würde ich gern Tip-Chain zum Zoomen.
It's a rough matchup for Blitz. It is a rough matchup for Blitz, I think, but I mean, game 1 they could have won if I didn't get lucky with the vision, and game 2, who knows how it would have went if they had a better opening hand. It doesn't feel like it's a completely auto-win matchup. So I don't pop the field spell immediately. I wait for them to activate the effect. It's just a small thing, but it's once per turn, so you want them to use the effect and then destroy it rather than just destroy it in an open game state, just in case they drew a second copy. So pop it, banish 4. How viable is this version of Rolat? Let's talk about that once this match is over, right? Let's do a little bit of a what's it called? A conclusion in a second. 0 negates involved. If they didn't brick in the second one, it was going to be 2 great games. Yeah, game 2 was unfortunate for them because I think this could have been a good game regardless. My hand was solid. I probably could have played into a Blitzclick board. Yeah. And they just pass here after I pop the field spell. So once again, I can't win this turn because I don't have a battle phase, but like the game is over. So let me speed this up a little bit more. Because I'm just trying to like make the best board I can.
Tribute ihn, Special ihn. Effekt, um das Spell wieder auf die Hand zu nehmen.
Because once again, I'm out of Runics, so what can you do? Demog, add back Runics. This is really, really good.
Banish eine. Dann Fountain auf 3.
Banish Thunder King. Maybe they deserve the brick. This version would be viable if there weren't FTKs in the format. Yeah, kind of. I mean, yeah. Against mid-range decks, this deck is actually solid. Thunder King is such a win more card. Speaking of win more, we're gonna go for the Celtic Mystic here because we need to draw more cards. It is our duty to draw more cards. We have not drawn enough cards this game yet. They chain Crackle to destroy my Celtic Mystic. Fair thing. Draw 3 more.
Irgendwas anderes? Perfekt. Target, Banish face out. Ja. Effekt. Wir stehen, den und den.
Also recycle the Celtic Mystic to make sure we can draw 3 cards again later. Very important.
Skip Battleface, du bist. Ja. Top IP. Dann in der Endphase, Flashing Fire auf Whisker. 2. Machst du? Jo. Okay. Standby will stehen aktuell. Besuchs Archfiend, wer Batsch ab. Zerstörung und Banishen.
Top Deck X is actually probably, I mean, it's still not winning, but it's probably the best card they have. But it's not, it doesn't beat all of what I have. Blackluster in the correct zone, let's go!
Chaining 1, das, Chaining 2. Genau.
Beep boop. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, alright. And that was Runick Ritual of Light and Darkness. It was a very fun deck. I enjoyed it. It was pretty cool. A lot of the games we played were pretty back and forth, pretty nice. I had a great time with the deck. Is the deck good? Probably not. I probably wouldn't bring it to a big tournament. It's a functional Yu-Gi-Oh deck for sure. It's a functional deck. It has good matchups, it has bad matchups. Unfortunately, the bad matchups are pretty common at the moment, like a lot of the high combo decks, because we only have so little non-engine in the deck. Because we only have the 3 Molchami Fuwalos in the deck, it's really hard to go second against combo decks like Elf Note or Art Mage or something like that. If you wanted to play it, if you wanted to try this deck out for yourself, I would recommend cutting the Radiant Typhoon Visions. Even though we just got very lucky with it in that last game, I think this card overall is often too risky. What I would suggest for you to play instead, this was 41 cards. So if you take out the 3 visions, you are on 38 cards. I would suggest playing either 2 copies of Purulia to make it 40 cards and be better against combo, 2 copies of Droll and Lockbird to be 40 cards and be better against combo, or 2 more if you want to be greedy, as greedy as possible, and best deck for going first and most consistent deck for going first as possible. You can add more copies of Runics or more copies of Celtic Mystic if you wanted to. Like a second Dispelling and a second Celtic Mystic could be really good. But ultimately, this card I cited out a lot, and I think it was not that essential to the deck. I think it's a good card in this deck, but it's not essential enough to the point where you can justify playing it in a deck that only has 3 non-engine in it, I think. So I don't think you would play it for that. Yeah. Yeah, that was my experience with the deck. I hope you enjoyed the games. I thought it was fun. I thought it was a fun experiment. If you're watching this on YouTube, I'm not sure exactly in which shape or form this is going to make it onto YouTube, but if you've been watching it on YouTube, you can let me know in the comments down below what kind of deck you would like to see me play next in Advanced Constructed format. So that is that. And yeah, thank you for watching. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Bye, YouTube. All right. Yeah, dude, this took a little bit longer than I expected. We've been here for over 4 hours now for this locals. So I think we're also going to call it a day on the stream now today. This was a bonus stream to begin with anyway, so I think it's okay if we ended a little bit sooner than usual. I hope you all enjoyed the stream today. I had a lot of fun. It was definitely a very fun deck. So I had a good time. And the fact that I pulled a ultimate rare Fallen and the Virtuous at the end of all of it was even the cherry on top. So W locals this week. I hope you enjoyed the TCG locals gameplay as always. Next week, unfortunately, I can't go to locals next week. Next week's streaming schedule is a little bit different because I'm going to be gone on Wednesday and Thursday for a Challenger Cup in the UK. I'm going to be casting a Challenger Cup on this channel, though, so you will get a Challenger Cup stream on Wednesday. But I can't go to locals because my locals is on Wednesday, and I'm not going to be home for it. So we're probably going to return to the locals POV streams in 2 weeks when I can go back there. So that is going to be that. Until then, I wish you all a great rest of your week or a great start to your weekend. I'll see you all most likely on Monday is when the next stream is planned. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed the stream. Thank you everyone who followed. Thank you everyone who subscribed and all that good stuff. Thank you also for your support. I will send you guys over to Mr. Bronas, who is playing in the Fusion event right now, which is something that we are also going to do next week. For all the people who are mainly here for Master Duel, we're going to jump into the Fusion Festival on Monday, most likely, and I'll see you all then. Have a wonderful weekend, everybody. Thank you for watching. Bye-bye. Peace.